The Dacians were not just a people, they were a fierce and proud nation whose very heartbeat resonated with the untamed wilderness around them. High in the rugged mountains of what is now Romania, they lived, breathed, and fought for the land they loved. Their way of life was tied to the earth, the sky, and the gods they worshipped. Every river that flowed through the valleys and every tree that stood tall in the forest seemed to carry with it the strength and spirit of the Dacians. Their villages were simple yet sturdy, built with hands that knew both the art of creation and the skill of war. Made of stone and wood, these homes blended seamlessly into the landscape, as though nature herself had shaped them. Within these homes, families gathered, sharing food and stories around the fire. Laughter, sorrow, and the wisdom of their elders passed from one generation to the next, keeping alive the stories of their ancestors. These were not just stories of kings and battles, but of life, of love, and of the eternal struggle to survive. For the Dacians, life was not easy. The mountains that protected them from invaders also made farming difficult. But their people were resourceful. They grew crops in the fertile valleys and raised animals to provide for their needs. They were skilled in working with metals, crafting weapons and tools that not only served a purpose, but were also works of art. Their craftsmanship was revered, and even their enemies respected their ability to forge weapons as sharp as their spirits. The Dacians believed that life was more than what they could see and touch. They believed in a world filled with spirits and gods, where the line between the living and the divine was thin. Every storm, every gust of wind, every change in the seasons was seen as a message from the gods. And at the heart of their belief was Zalmoxis, a god who offered them not just protection but hope. To the Dacians, Zalmoxis wasn't just a distant figure in the sky. He was someone who had walked among them, someone who had once known the struggles of being human. Zalmoxis promised something few other gods could: immortality. He was said to live beneath the earth in a hidden place, waiting for the time when he would call his people to join him in a world free from pain and suffering. This belief in eternal life gave the Dacians strength, especially in battle. They did not fear death, for they believed that death was simply a passage to a better existence alongside their god. But Zalmoxis wasn't their only god. They believed in a multitude of deities, each responsible for different aspects of their world. The sun, the moon, the rivers, and the forests were all filled with life and power. The Dacians respected nature as though it were an extension of the divine. Every hunt was a sacred act, every harvest a blessing. They prayed before they went to war, offering sacrifices to ensure the favor of the gods. In their minds, the gods were not far away, they were everywhere, in every rock and tree, guiding their hands and their hearts. The Dacians also believed in the power of their ancestors. They thought that those who had come before them still watched over them, their spirits living on in the land. The graves of their dead were treated with the utmost respect, and the Dacians believed that these ancestors could influence their lives. When a Dacian warrior went into battle, he carried with him the strength of those who had fought before him, their spirits walking beside him as he faced his enemies. In war, the Dacians were a force to be reckoned with. Their warriors were fierce, their courage unmatched. Clad in armor that glistened in the sun, they fought with a passion that came from believing they were protected by Zalmoxis and guided by the spirits of their ancestors. They used weapons crafted with care and skill, each sword and spear not just a tool of death, but a symbol of their people's pride. To see a Dacian warrior in battle was to witness the raw force of a people who would not be easily broken. But the Dacians were not just warriors. They were also thinkers, dreamers, and creators. Their leaders were not only strong in battle but wise in matters of the heart and the mind. The priests, called the deity, were deeply respected, for they were believed to speak the words of the gods. They guided the people in their rituals and ceremonies, ensuring that the balance between the divine and the human was maintained. The Dacians also valued their kings, who were seen as the earthly embodiment of the will of the gods. Kingship was sacred, and the kings ruled not just by force, but by divine right. They were responsible for the well-being of their people, both in times of peace and in times of war. A good king was one who could lead his people in battle but also bring them closer to the gods. In the quiet moments, when the fires burned low, the Dacians would look up to the stars and feel the presence of something greater than themselves. They were a people who understood that life was fragile, that it could be taken away at any moment. But instead of fearing this, they embraced it. For them, every breath, every beat of the heart, was a reminder that they were alive, that they were part of something much larger than themselves. They were connected to each other, to the land, and to the gods who watched over them. And in this connection, they found their strength. The mountains might have been harsh, the winters long, and the battles brutal, but the Dacians endured. They lived with courage and with purpose, knowing that their lives were part of a larger story, one that began long before they were born and would continue long after they were gone. The Dacians were a people of the earth and the sky, of life and death, of war and peace. Their culture was rich, their society strong, and their beliefs deeply rooted in the world around them. They walked with their ancestors, fought for their land, and trusted in the gods to guide them. And through it all, they carried in their hearts the promise of Zalmoxis, that death was not the end, but merely the beginning of a new life. Long ago, when the world was still wild and untamed, whispers of a figure began to rise from the mountains and valleys of ancient Dacia, a figure who was more than a man, more than a god. His name was Zalmoxis, and his story stirred the hearts of the people, leaving them in awe of his power and mystery. In the earliest days, Zalmoxis was said to have walked among the Dacians, not as a distant deity but as one of them. He was believed to have been a man, a wise and humble teacher, whose knowledge of the world set him apart. There was something about him, something in the way he spoke, that made the people listen. His words weren't just teachings, they were promises. He told the Dacians that life did not end with death, that there was something beyond the darkness that awaited them. It was this promise that filled the hearts of the Dacians with hope, even in the hardest of times. But how did Zalmoxis come to be? In the writings of Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, we catch the first glimpses of his story. Herodotus, fascinated by the Dacians and their customs, recounted the tale of Zalmoxis with a sense of wonder. According to his account, Zalmoxis was once a slave, sold into bondage to the great philosopher Pythagoras. But Zalmoxis was no ordinary servant. His mind was sharp, and he absorbed every word Pythagoras spoke, learning about the mysteries of the world and the secrets of the soul. When Zalmoxis returned to his people, he was not the same. He had seen and understood things that most men could only dream of. He became a teacher, sharing his wisdom with the Dacians, and they loved him for it. But even as he taught them about the world, he longed to show them something greater, the truth about life and death. The myth says that Zalmoxis built a great hall, hidden deep in the mountains, where he would teach his followers. For years, he gathered those who believed in him, sharing his teachings, speaking of a place beyond this world where there was no pain, no suffering. He spoke of immortality, a life that continued even after death. The Dacians listened, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose. If Zalmoxis said there was more to life, they believed him. His words were not just teachings, they were salvation. But Zalmoxis knew that words alone would not be enough to convince his people. So, one day, he vanished. He disappeared into the depths of the earth, leaving his followers in shock. Some believed he had died, while others were sure he had gone to the world beyond, just as he had promised. For 3 years, Zalmoxis was gone. The Dacians mourned him, but their faith did not waver. And then, as suddenly as he had disappeared, Zalmoxis returned. He emerged from the earth, alive, standing before his people once more. To the Dacians, it was a miracle, proof that Zalmoxis had indeed conquered death. He had gone to the afterlife and returned to tell them that it was real. This was the moment that sealed Zalmoxis' place as more than a man, more than a teacher. He had become a god. Herodotus' account of Zalmoxis is not the only one. Over the centuries, other stories and legends about Zalmoxis began to surface, each one painting him in a slightly different light. Some said that Zalmoxis was not a man at all, but a god from the beginning. They believed that he had always lived beneath the earth, watching over the Dacians, protecting them from the shadows that lurked in the darkness. These tales spoke of Zalmoxis as a god of the underworld, a ruler of the dead who could grant immortality to those who believed in him. But whether Zalmoxis was once a man or always a god, the power of his myth was undeniable. The Dacians believed in him with all their hearts. They worshipped him, not out of fear, but out of love. He was the one who had shown them that life did not end with death, that there was something more waiting for them beyond the grave. And it was this belief that gave the Dacians their courage, especially in times of war. They fought with a strength that came not just from their bodies, but from their souls, knowing that death was not the end. In the centuries that followed, the myth of Zalmoxis continued to grow. Roman and Greek writers spoke of him with a mix of fascination and confusion. To them, the idea of a god who had once been a man was strange, almost unbelievable. But to the Dacians, it made perfect sense. Zalmoxis had walked among them, shared their struggles, and returned from the afterlife to guide them. He was both human and divine, a bridge between the world of the living and the world of the gods. And so, Zalmoxis became more than just a god of the Dacians. He became a symbol of hope, of faith, of the unbreakable bond between life and death. His myth was not just a story told around campfires, it was the very foundation of Dacian belief. It was what gave them the strength to endure, to fight, to live. As the years passed, the story of Zalmoxis was passed down from generation to generation. Fathers told their sons, mothers told their daughters. Each retelling carried with it the same awe, the same reverence. Zalmoxis was not just a god, he was a part of their lives, a constant presence in their hearts and minds. Even today, the myth of Zalmoxis continues to inspire. His story, filled with wonder and mystery, touches something deep within us. It speaks to the human desire to understand what lies beyond, to believe that there is more to life than what we can see. And in the tale of Zalmoxis, the Dacians found not just answers, but hope that death is not the end, but a new beginning. Zalmoxis remains a figure of both mystery and awe. Whether man or god, his myth lives on, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring strength of the human spirit. For the Dacians, Zalmoxis was not just a legend, he was a part of their soul, a guide in both life and death, leading them toward a future filled with the promise of immortality. In the silence of the ancient forests, where the wind whispered through the towering trees, the Dacians believed the gods were always watching. To them, the world was alive with spirits and divine forces. Every star in the sky, every drop of rain, every rustling leaf carried the presence of gods who ruled over the land. These gods were not distant or unreachable. They walked beside the Dacians, guiding their steps, giving them strength in battle, and protecting their homes. At the center of their belief was Zalmoxis, a god unlike any other. While the other gods had their realms, Zalmoxis seemed to be everywhere and everything. He was the god who had once been human, a figure of hope who promised his people eternal life beyond death. His presence was felt not just in the underworld, but in the hearts of every Dacian who looked to the sky and wondered what lay beyond. Yet Zalmoxis did not rule alone. The Dacian pantheon was filled with gods who governed the natural world and the lives of men. These gods had their own powers, their own domains, but none could compare to Zalmoxis. He stood above them, not as a ruler, but as a guide, someone who had once walked among the living and had tasted death only to conquer it. To the Dacians, Zalmoxis was both the beginning and the end, the one who knew the mysteries of life and the secrets of death. Among the gods, there was Symbolizing, the god of thunder and storms. His voice could be heard in the crash of thunder, his presence seen in the lightning that split the sky. When the storms came, the Dacians would raise their faces to the rain, knowing that Symbolizing was near. His anger was fierce, but his protection was stronger. The Dacians believed that when they fought in battle, the roar of thunder was Symbolizing blessing their cause, giving them the courage to face their enemies without fear. Bendis, the goddess of the moon and the hunt, watched over the Dacian women and warriors. Her light was soft, yet powerful, guiding hunters through the darkness and giving strength to those who sought her favor. She was the protector of life, yet also the bringer of death in the hunt. Her arrows were swift, her aim true, and when the moon hung full in the night sky, the Dacians would call out to her, knowing she was watching over them. Her presence was comforting, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, they were not alone. Another god revered by the Dacians was Dacian, the god of health and strength. His blessing was sought by those who fell ill or who needed the endurance to survive the harsh winters and the brutal wars. Dacian represented life at its most vibrant, the force that kept hearts beating and muscles strong. In his hands was the gift of vitality, and the Dacians knew that without his favor, they would wither like crops in a drought. But it was Zalmoxis who tied them all together. He was not just a god of one thing, he was the god of all things. The Dacians saw Zalmoxis as a bridge, connecting them to the other gods, but also to something even greater. He was their teacher, their guide to a world beyond this one, where pain and suffering would end, and they would live forever in peace. When a Dacian warrior went into battle, he believed that Zalmoxis was with him, protecting him from harm and promising that if he fell, it was not the end. For the Dacians, death was not something to fear. It was simply a passage to another life, a better one, where they would join Zalmoxis in his hidden world beneath the earth. This belief made them fearless in battle. They fought with the strength of those who knew that no matter what happened, their souls were safe. The Dacians performed rituals and sacrifices to honor their gods, offering up the best of what they had to ensure the gods' favor. Their priests, the Pileati, were seen as the voice of the divine, interpreting the will of the gods and leading the people in worship. The rituals were sacred moments, where the boundary between the human and the divine blurred, and the Dacians could feel the presence of their gods around them. But Zalmoxis needed no grand offerings. The greatest gift the Dacians could give him was their belief, their trust that his promise of eternal life was true. And for that, they loved him. Zalmoxis was not a god who demanded fear or awe, he was a god who inspired devotion. He had once walked in their shoes, felt their pain, and in the end, triumphed over the one thing that all humans feared most, death. While the other gods ruled over the forces of nature or the human body, Zalmoxis ruled over something far more powerful, the human soul. He held the keys to eternity, and for the Dacians, that was all that mattered. In him, they saw hope, and in their hearts, they knew that as long as they believed in Zalmoxis, they would never truly die. The Dacians were not the only people in the ancient world who believed in many gods, but their faith in Zalmoxis set them apart. It was this belief that made them fearless, strong, and deeply connected to the world around them. They saw the divine in every part of their lives, from the rising of the sun to the storms that tore through the mountains. The gods were their protectors, their companions, and their guides, but Zalmoxis was more. He was their promise of a future beyond the grave, a future where they would live forever in a world free of pain. Zalmoxis' role in the Dacian pantheon was unlike any other. While the gods of nature controlled the physical world, Zalmoxis offered something far greater. He was the one who had walked among them, the one who had risen from the dead to show them the way. His promise was not of victory in battle or a bountiful harvest, but of something far more precious, immortality. For the Dacians, this was everything. They lived their lives with the knowledge that Zalmoxis was watching over them, that he was waiting for them in the world beyond. And when the time came for them to leave this world, they knew they would not be alone. Zalmoxis would be there, guiding them into eternity, just as he had always promised. The great Greek historian Herodotus once wrote about a man who was both a mystery and a miracle. His name was Zalmoxis, and to the Greeks, his story was unlike anything they had ever heard before. Zalmoxis wasn't just another god in the long line of deities that filled the ancient world. He was something more, something that stirred the hearts of the Dacians in a way that few could understand. Herodotus, with all his wisdom and curiosity, sought to tell his tale. In Herodotus' writings, Zalmoxis first appeared as a man, a slave, bound in chains to the Greek philosopher Pythagoras. This beginning might have seemed humble, but even as a slave, Zalmoxis was far from ordinary. He listened, learned, and absorbed the teachings of his master, his sharp mind catching hold of the deepest truths. While other slaves labored, Zalmoxis sought knowledge, and it was this thirst for wisdom that would change his fate forever. Herodotus described Zalmoxis as a man with a grand vision, someone who wasn't content with the simple truths of this world. He longed for something greater, something eternal. After gaining his freedom, Zalmoxis returned to his people, the Dacians, but he did not come back as a man enslaved by the past. He returned with the knowledge he had gathered, the fire of enlightenment burning in his soul. The Greeks watched this transformation from afar, and Herodotus wrote of it with awe. What made Zalmoxis stand out was not just his teachings, but the way he connected with his people. The Dacians didn't see him as a distant god who ruled from the heavens, but as someone who walked among them, shared their hardships, and understood their pain. Herodotus marveled at this bond, writing of how Zalmoxis promised his people something that no other god could, the gift of immortality. Zalmoxis didn't just preach about life after death, he had lived it, or so the stories claimed. Herodotus recounted how Zalmoxis had disappeared from the world, vanishing into the depths of the earth, leaving his followers in mourning. For 3 long years, they believed he was gone, taken by death like any mortal man. But then, in a moment that sent shivers through the hearts of the Dacians, Zalmoxis returned. He came back from the earth, alive, breathing, and more powerful than ever. To the Dacians, it was proof that Zalmoxis had conquered death itself, that he had traveled to the world beyond and come back to tell them what awaited. Herodotus, always a skeptic, wasn't sure what to make of these tales. He questioned whether Zalmoxis was truly divine or simply a man who had used his knowledge to deceive his people. Yet, even Herodotus couldn't deny the power of Zalmoxis' story. It was a story that had taken hold of the Dacian soul, that had made them fearless in the face of death. Zalmoxis had promised them a life beyond this one, and they believed him with all their hearts. As Herodotus wrote about Zalmoxis, he couldn't help but be fascinated by the way this figure had transcended the boundaries of life and death. The Greeks, with their many gods, had never seen anything quite like it. Zalmoxis was not born into divinity, but rose to it through sheer force of will and wisdom. He wasn't a distant figure in the sky, but a man who had known the pain of mortality and had found a way to overcome it. The Greeks, with their own rich mythology, were no strangers to stories of gods and heroes. But Zalmoxis was different. He wasn't born from the union of gods or created by some divine spark, he had once been human. This idea, that a mortal could rise to the status of a god, both intrigued and unsettled the Greeks. Herodotus recorded these stories with a mixture of respect and doubt, wondering if perhaps there was something more to this figure, something that even his careful words could not capture. In Herodotus' account, Zalmoxis was not just a figure of myth, he was a challenge to the very nature of what it meant to be divine. The Greeks saw their gods as eternal, unchanging forces of nature. Zalmoxis, however, had lived, died, and returned. His story broke the boundaries that separated gods from men, creating a bridge between the two worlds. And it was this bridge that made the Dacians so fierce in their beliefs. They were not just worshipping a god, they were following in the footsteps of someone who had walked their path and shown them the way forward. Herodotus also recounted how Zalmoxis' teachings spread throughout the Dacian lands, filling his people with hope. He had promised them a world where suffering ended, where the struggles of life melted away in the light of eternity. For a people constantly at war, facing harsh winters and the uncertainty of survival, this promise was more than just comforting, it was everything. Zalmoxis gave them a reason to fight, a reason to endure, knowing that no matter what happened, they would never truly die. The Greek historian might have doubted the divinity of Zalmoxis, but he never doubted the impact he had on the Dacians. They fought with a fearlessness that came from their belief in immortality, their trust in Zalmoxis' teachings. They were willing to face the worst that life could throw at them because they believed that beyond this world, Zalmoxis was waiting for them, ready to welcome them into a world free from pain. Herodotus' writings on Zalmoxis offer a glimpse into the mind of a man who had seen the gods through the eyes of both a philosopher and a historian. He tried to understand Zalmoxis, to place him within the framework of Greek thought, but Zalmoxis remained elusive. He was not just a god or a man, he was something in between, something that defied the normal rules of myth and religion. And so, Zalmoxis' story continued to spread, carried by the winds from the mountains of Dacia to the shores of Greece. The Greeks, with all their wisdom and knowledge, couldn't fully grasp what Zalmoxis meant to the Dacians, but they couldn't ignore him either. He was a figure who had risen from the earth, transcended death, and offered his people something no other god could: hope. For Herodotus, Zalmoxis was a puzzle, a figure wrapped in myth and mystery. But for the Dacians, Zalmoxis was everything. He was the promise of a life beyond this one, a god who had walked among them, who had known their fears, their struggles, and had overcome them. In the end, Herodotus' writings captured not just the story of Zalmoxis, but the heart of a people who believed in something greater, something eternal. In the heart of ancient Dacia, there was a story whispered around campfires and passed down through generations, a story of a man who defied the boundaries between life and death. His name was Zalmoxis, and the Dacians believed he was more than a god. They believed that once, long ago, Zalmoxis had been a mortal like them, walking on the same soil, breathing the same air. His story wasn't just about divinity, it was about transformation, about a human being transcending his mortal limits. The idea that Zalmoxis might have been immortal fills the imagination with wonder. How could someone, a simple man, rise to become a god in the eyes of his people? The Dacians looked to Zalmoxis not only for guidance in the afterlife, but for the strength to face their earthly struggles. But before he became this revered figure, there was a time, they say, when Zalmoxis was a priest, a wise man who sought to understand the mysteries of life and death. It is said that in his mortal days, Zalmoxis was a man unlike any other. He was a seeker of truth, someone who looked beyond the surface of the world to grasp the secrets that lay beneath. He wasn't satisfied with the simple explanations that most people accepted. He longed to know more, to find a way to conquer the fears that gripped every human heart. The fear of death loomed large in those ancient days, as it does today, but Zalmoxis was determined to find a way to transcend it. Some stories say that Zalmoxis traveled far from Dacia, seeking knowledge from the greatest minds of the time. Others believe that he stayed among his people, learning from the land itself, listening to the whispers of the wind and the quiet murmur of the rivers. Wherever his path took him, one thing was certain: Zalmoxis returned changed. He came back not just as a priest, but as someone who had touched something beyond this world. It was during this time that Zalmoxis began to teach the Dacians about the afterlife, about the possibility of living forever in a world beyond this one. He wasn't just offering them hope, he was offering them certainty. His teachings were filled with a wisdom that felt too great to come from a mortal man. He spoke of a place free from pain and suffering, a place where the soul could find peace. And the Dacians, who had seen so much death and hardship, clung to his words like a lifeline. But then, something unimaginable happened. Zalmoxis disappeared. For 3 long years, the Dacians believed their teacher was gone forever. Some whispered that he had died, taken by the same fate that awaited all men. Others thought he had descended into the underworld, searching for the truths he had spoken of so often. His absence left a void in the hearts of his people. They mourned him, wondering if they had been wrong to believe in the promises of a man who was, in the end, mortal after all. Then, as if from a dream, Zalmoxis returned. He emerged from the earth, not as the man they had once known, but as something greater. He had been to the land of the dead and had come back to tell them of it. His resurrection wasn't just a miracle, it was proof. Proof that everything he had taught them was true. He had walked through the valley of death and returned, not as a ghost, but as a god. His transformation was complete. The Dacians were filled with awe and devotion. Zalmoxis had shown them that death was not the end, that there was something waiting for them beyond the grave. He had once been one of them, a man of flesh and blood, but now he stood among the gods, a beacon of hope for his people. To the Dacians, this was no myth or legend, it was a reality that gave meaning to their lives. And yet, even with all the stories of his godhood, the memory of Zalmoxis' mortal origins lingered. It made his tale all the more powerful. He wasn't a distant, untouchable deity, he had been one of them. He had felt the same fears, faced the same struggles, and yet he had risen above them. His story was a reminder that anyone, no matter how humble their beginnings, could rise to greatness. To the Greeks, who later heard the story of Zalmoxis, this idea seemed strange. How could a man become a god? They saw divinity as something innate, something you were born into. But to the Dacians, Zalmoxis' transformation was a symbol of the potential that lay within every human soul. It wasn't about where you came from, but what you could become. Zalmoxis' mortal origins were shrouded in mystery, but they were also filled with meaning. His journey from man to God was a reflection of the journey every Dacian hoped to make. They believed that through faith in Zalmoxis, they too could transcend death, they too could find eternal life. It wasn't just Zalmoxis who had risen, it was the promise that all of them could follow in his footsteps. In the quiet moments of the night, when the stars filled the sky and the world seemed vast and unknowable, the Dacians would look up and remember the man who had become a god. They would tell stories of how Zalmoxis had once walked among them, how he had faced the same fears they did, and how he had overcome them. His story wasn't just a tale of divinity, it was a story of hope, of transformation, and of the power that lay within every human heart. Zalmoxis' mortal origins may be lost in the mists of time, but they live on in the hearts of those who believe in the possibility of something greater. His journey from man to God is a reminder that the boundaries between the mortal and the divine are not as rigid as they seem. It is a story that continues to inspire, to fill the hearts of those who hear it with the same awe and wonder that the Dacians felt so long ago. And perhaps that is the greatest legacy of Zalmoxis, not just as a god, but as a man who showed his people that even in the face of death, there is something more, something worth believing in. In the quiet valleys and rugged mountains of ancient Dacia, a figure emerged who would forever change the destiny of his people. Zalmoxis, more than just a god to them, was a teacher, a guide, and a hero who brought light to their darkest days. He wasn't distant or untouchable, he was one of them, a man who became something more. And through his wisdom, he shaped not only their beliefs but the very fabric of their society. Before Zalmoxis, the Dacians were a proud but scattered people, their lives shaped by the harsh land they called home. They faced the uncertainty of survival every day, but it was Zalmoxis who gave them a purpose beyond mere existence. His teachings didn't just speak of the afterlife, but also of how to live in the present, how to build a world that reflected the higher truths he had learned. To the Dacians, Zalmoxis was a civilizer, the one who showed them how to rise above their struggles and create something lasting. Zalmoxis taught the Dacians the value of unity. He knew that their strength did not lie in individual bravery, but in their ability to come together as a people. Through him, they learned that only by standing side by side could they face the challenges that life threw at them. He was more than a spiritual leader, he was a builder of society, guiding them to create structures that would endure. His wisdom flowed into every aspect of their lives, from how they governed their tribes to how they treated one another. But what set Zalmoxis apart from other culture heroes was his deep compassion for his people. He didn't just want to lead them, he wanted to lift them up, to show them that they were capable of greatness. He taught them that life wasn't just about surviving, but about thriving, about building something beautiful in the face of hardship. Zalmoxis wasn't content to watch his people struggle in ignorance. He wanted them to know that they could rise above, that their lives held meaning and potential. His teachings often focused on the harmony between man and nature. The Dacians lived close to the earth, and Zalmoxis showed them that the land was not their enemy but their partner. He taught them how to cultivate the soil, how to use the resources around them wisely, and how to live in balance with the world. His wisdom gave them the tools to transform their harsh environment into a home, a place where they could not only survive but flourish. Zalmoxis also brought with him the knowledge of the stars. He introduced the Dacians to the idea that the heavens were not distant and cold but filled with meaning. He taught them to read the stars, to see in them the signs and patterns that could guide their lives. The night sky, once a source of mystery and fear, became a map, a way for them to understand the rhythms of the world and their place within it. Under Zalmoxis' guidance, the Dacians began to see themselves as part of a larger, cosmic order. But perhaps the most profound gift Zalmoxis gave to his people was hope. In a world filled with uncertainty, where death could come at any moment, Zalmoxis offered them something that transcended their fears. He promised them that life did not end with death, that there was a future beyond the grave. This belief gave the Dacians a sense of peace, a sense that no matter what happened in this life, something better awaited them. Zalmoxis didn't just change their world, he changed their hearts, filling them with the courage to face whatever lay ahead. As a teacher, Zalmoxis spoke to the soul of his people. He didn't just offer practical knowledge, he offered wisdom that touched the very core of who they were. He taught them the importance of kindness, of generosity, of caring for one another. His lessons were not just about how to build a better society, but about how to become better human beings. He showed them that true strength came not from power or violence, but from love and compassion. The Dacians revered Zalmoxis not only because he had touched the divine, but because he had brought that divinity into their lives. He wasn't just a god to be worshipped, he was a hero to be followed. His life was a testament to what they could achieve if they lived with purpose, with integrity, and with a belief in something greater than themselves. Zalmoxis didn't just give them a path to the afterlife, he gave them a path to a better life here and now. Through his teachings, Zalmoxis became the heart of Dacian culture. His words echoed in their songs, their stories, and their daily lives. He taught them to value wisdom over wealth, to cherish community over individual gain. He was a beacon of light in a world that often seemed dark, a reminder that no matter how difficult life became, there was always a way forward. Zalmoxis didn't leave behind temples of stone or monuments carved in his likeness. His legacy was etched in the hearts of his people and the way they lived their lives. He wasn't a distant, unreachable figure, he was their guide, their teacher, their hero. His presence was felt in every decision they made, and every step they took toward building a society that reflected the values he had instilled in them. As the years passed, Zalmoxis' influence only grew. His teaching spread, not just among the Dacians, but to those who came into contact with them. His wisdom was like a river, flowing through the ages, touching the lives of all who heard his story. The Dacians, once a scattered and struggling people, became a strong, united nation, their hearts filled with the hope and courage that Zalmoxis had given them. And though Zalmoxis may have disappeared from their world, his spirit remained. The Dacians carried him with them in their hearts, in their minds, and the way they lived each day. He wasn't just a figure from their past, he was a living presence, a source of strength that they could call upon whenever they needed it. Through Zalmoxis, they learned that true heroes are not born from greatness, but from the desire to serve, to uplift, and to guide their people toward a brighter future. Zalmoxis' role as a culture hero is a reminder of the power of one person to change the course of history, not through force or conquest, but through wisdom and compassion. He taught the Dacians not only how to live, but why life was worth living. His teachings were a gift, a promise that no matter how hard the road ahead might be, they could face it with courage, with hope, and with the knowledge that they were never truly alone. Zalmoxis was with them, always. There's something hauntingly beautiful about the way ancient stories connect across cultures, as if, through the mists of time, humanity's deepest hopes and fears find common ground. In the hills of Dacia, the figure of Zalmoxis stood as a beacon of transformation and hope. But in Greece, there was another tale, another belief that echoed those same longings, Orpheism. Two worlds separated by miles and mountains, yet bound together by a shared quest for answers about life, death, and what lies beyond. Zalmoxis, to the Dacians, wasn't just a god, he was the one who promised eternal life, the one who reassured them that death wasn't the end. It was as if he had stepped beyond the veil of mortality and returned with the knowledge of the afterlife, a knowledge that he generously shared with his people. And in ancient Greece, the followers of Orpheism believed something strikingly similar. Their hearts were stirred by the teachings of Orpheus, a legendary poet who also spoke of the soul's journey beyond death, of an existence not bound by the physical world. The parallels between Zalmoxis and Orpheism tug at something deep within us, a recognition that, across cultures, there has always been a yearning to believe that life continues beyond the grave. The Dacians, with Zalmoxis at the center of their faith, believed in the soul's immortality. In a world filled with war and loss, his teachings brought peace. The Greek Orphics, too, found solace in the idea that death was not the final chapter. Orpheus, like Zalmoxis, spoke of the soul's purification, of a journey through darkness into light. It's as though both Zalmoxis and Orpheus understood the fears that gripped the hearts of their followers. They knew the pain of loss, the anxiety that comes with the unknown. But more than that, they offered a way through it. Zalmoxis taught the Dacians that death was not something to fear, but a passage into a greater existence. Orpheus, through his mysterious rituals and teachings, gave the Greeks a similar promise. For both peoples, life wasn't just about the present moment, it was about preparing for something beyond, something eternal. The connection between Zalmoxis and Orpheism wasn't just about the promise of the afterlife, though. It was about transformation, the idea that the soul could be changed, purified, and made whole. The Orphics believed that through a series of rituals and moral conduct, the soul could be freed from the cycle of reincarnation, from the endless loop of life and death. Zalmoxis, too, spoke of a kind of rebirth, a spiritual awakening that allowed the Dacians to live without fear of death, to embrace the possibility of eternal life. It's not hard to see why these beliefs resonated so deeply with their followers. In a world filled with uncertainty, where death could come suddenly and without warning, the teachings of Zalmoxis and Orpheus offered hope. They were like a thread running through the darkness, something to hold on to when everything else seemed to slip away. Both men, whether mortal or divine, understood the human heart's longing for something more, something that went beyond the here and now. Zalmoxis didn't just promise his people eternal life, he showed them how to live in a way that prepared them for it. His teachings were about more than just the afterlife, they were about living a life of virtue, of kindness, of connection. Orpheism, too, placed a strong emphasis on moral conduct, on living in harmony with the world around you. In both traditions, the way you lived your life mattered. It wasn't just about escaping death, it was about becoming the kind of person who was worthy of eternal life. Perhaps that's why these stories have endured for so long. They speak to something universal, something that transcends culture and geography. The fear of death, the hope for something beyond it, and the belief that we can, through our actions, prepare for that next phase of existence, it's something that touches all of us, no matter where we come from. Zalmoxis and Orpheus were separated by miles, by mountains, by language, but the message they brought to their people was the same: there is more to life than what we see, and through faith, we can glimpse that greater truth. The rituals surrounding both Zalmoxis and Orpheism also reflected this shared belief. The Orphics practiced secret rites, ceremonies that were meant to guide the soul through its journey after death. Zalmoxis, too, was said to have taught his people sacred practices that would ensure their safe passage into the next world. For both, the path to immortality wasn't just about belief, it was about action, about participating in the sacred and living in a way that honored the divine. But at the heart of both Zalmoxis and Orpheism was something even deeper, a belief in the transformative power of knowledge. Zalmoxis was more than just a god, he was a teacher, someone who had learned the mysteries of life and death and shared them with his people. Orpheus, too, was a bringer of wisdom, someone who had seen the underworld and returned to share its secrets. For both, knowledge was a key to unlocking the door to eternal life. It's almost as if, across the ages, Zalmoxis and Orpheus were speaking to one another, their stories intertwining, their teachings echoing back and forth through time. They understood that humanity's greatest fear, the fear of death, could be overcome, not through force or power, but through wisdom, through understanding, through faith. And in that understanding, they gave their people not only hope but the strength to face whatever lay ahead. In the end, the connection between Zalmoxis and Orpheism isn't just about the afterlife. It's about the power of belief, the power of transformation, and the power of hope. It's about two cultures, two figures, and one shared truth, that life doesn't end with death, and that through faith and wisdom, we can all find our way to the light beyond the darkness. The teachings of Zalmoxis and Orpheus are more than just stories, they are reminders of the resilience of the human spirit, the courage to face the unknown, and the promise that something greater awaits us all. In the shadow of the Carpathian Mountains, fires burned in the night as the Dacians gathered. They came together not out of fear, but with reverence, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and anticipation. It was here, in these moments of stillness and flame, that they connected with something far beyond their earthly lives. They weren't just worshiping a god, they were reaching out to Zalmoxis, their protector, their guide, their hope for eternity. The cult of Zalmoxis wasn't a religion of grand temples or towering statues. It was woven into the lives of the Dacians, in their fields, their homes, and their hearts. Every ritual they performed was a reminder that Zalmoxis was always with them, watching over their lives and guiding them toward a promised existence beyond this world. Theirs was a faith built on the belief that death was not an end, but a transition, a passage into a place of eternal peace where Zalmoxis awaited them. At the heart of their practices was a ceremony that stood out, one that both fascinated and terrified those who heard of it. The Dacians believed so deeply in Zalmoxis' promise of immortality that they would send a messenger to him, a man chosen by the community to deliver their prayers and pleas directly to their god. This wasn't done in a manner we would recognize today. With solemnity and a sense of duty, the chosen one was cast into the air, into the sharp tips of spears held by his fellow tribesmen. If he died instantly, it was a sign that Zalmoxis had accepted him and their messages had been received. But if he survived, it was believed that Zalmoxis had rejected him, and the community would need to try again. This ritual speaks to the depth of their faith. The chosen messenger didn't face death with fear, but with an understanding that he was being sent to something far greater. To be chosen was an honor, a sign of trust from the community and from Zalmoxis himself. It was believed that through these sacrifices, they were not only heard by Zalmoxis, but blessed by his presence in their daily lives. These practices were intimate, personal, and filled with a trust that few today can comprehend. But the cult of Zalmoxis wasn't just about grand gestures or sacrifices. It was about the everyday moments that brought the Dacians closer to their god. They believed in rituals that centered around community, gatherings where songs were sung, stories were shared, and the wisdom of Zalmoxis was passed from generation to generation. These were not just idle tales, but lessons on how to live, how to treat one another, and how to prepare for the eternal life that awaited them. One of the most significant rituals involved the use of caves, sacred places where the Dacians would retreat to connect with Zalmoxis in solitude and reflection. These caves were seen as gateways, places where the veil between the mortal world and the divine was at its thinnest. The silence inside these dark caverns was filled with the presence of their god, and it was here that the Dacians would come to seek answers, to find strength, and to reaffirm their faith in Zalmoxis' promise. The echoes of their prayers, whispered into the cold stone, were believed to reach him, carrying with them the hopes and fears of his people. Feasting also played a central role in the cult of Zalmoxis. These gatherings were not merely for sustenance, but acts of devotion. During these feasts, the Dacians would honor Zalmoxis by offering him the first portion of food and drink. It was said that in doing so, they reaffirmed their bond with him, acknowledging his role not only as a god of the afterlife, but as a protector of their daily existence. The feasts were filled with laughter and song, but beneath it all was a profound sense of gratitude, a recognition that everything they had, they owed to Zalmoxis. And then there was the night. When darkness fell, the Dacians would look to the stars, believing that Zalmoxis watched over them from the heavens. They would light torches and gather under the open sky, singing hymns that spoke of life, death, and the eternal journey of the soul. The stars, shining brightly above them, were seen as symbols of Zalmoxis' eternal light, guiding them through the darkness of their world and into the next. There was comfort in those nights, a reminder that no matter how hard life became, Zalmoxis was always there, watching, waiting, and ready to welcome them into his eternal embrace. The cult of Zalmoxis was not merely a set of rituals, it was a way of life. His teachings shaped how they saw the world, how they treated one another, and how they faced their inevitable mortality. In moments of doubt or fear, they turned to the practices that connected them with their God, finding solace in the knowledge that he had walked among them, and that he would one day welcome them into his eternal kingdom. Even in times of great suffering, the Dacians held tightly to their faith. When enemies threatened their lands or famine struck their people, they believed Zalmoxis was testing them, preparing them for the greater life to come. Through fasting, prayer, and sacrifice, they sought to purify themselves, to become worthy of the eternal paradise Zalmoxis had promised. And always, they believed that no matter how great their suffering, it was temporary, an earthly trial before the eternal joy that awaited them. Zalmoxis wasn't just a god they worshipped from afar. He was the core of their existence, the light in their darkest hours, and the hope that carried them through the hardships of life. In every ritual, in every act of devotion, the Dacians expressed their unwavering belief that they were part of something greater, that their lives, no matter how brief or challenging, held meaning in the eyes of their god. In every breath, in every prayer, the Dacians felt Zalmoxis' presence. They knew that death was not something to be feared but embraced, for it was through death that they would be reunited with him. And as they stood before the flickering flames of their nightly fires, they could feel him there with them, guiding them, protecting them, and waiting to welcome them into his eternal embrace. Through their rituals, their songs, and their sacrifices, the Dacians kept their faith alive, knowing that no matter what trials they faced in this life, Zalmoxis had already prepared a place for them in the next. High above the clouds, where the earth meets the sky, the Dacians believed there was a place touched by the divine. This was no ordinary mountain, its peaks held whispers of the sacred. Kogayanon, they called it, the dwelling place of their god, Zalmoxis. It was said that from here, he watched over his people, guiding them, protecting them, and offering them a glimpse of eternity. For the Dacians, Kogayanon was more than just a towering mass of rock. It was alive with the presence of their god, pulsing with an energy that could be felt in every gust of wind that swept across its slopes, and the clear waters that trickled down its sides. To ascend Kogayanon was not just a physical climb, it was a spiritual journey, one that brought them closer to the divine. The mountain stood like a guardian, strong and silent, its peaks veiled in mist, keeping the mysteries of Zalmoxis hidden from those who were not ready to receive them. But for the faithful, Kogayanon was a beacon of hope. In their hearts, they knew that Zalmoxis resided there, not just as a distant god, but as a protector who had once walked among them. Every time they looked up at the mountain, they felt a pull, a reminder that no matter how hard their lives became, they were never alone. Legend has it that Zalmoxis chose Kogayanon as his home because it was a place where the veil between the mortal world and the divine was thinnest. From its summit, he could see all of Dacia, watching over his people with love and care. The mountain slopes were steep, its paths treacherous, but those who dared to climb it did so with faith burning in their hearts. They believed that at the top, in the quiet stillness of the clouds, they might catch a glimpse of Zalmoxis himself or feel his presence in the wind that whispered through the trees. There were stories, passed down through generations, of those who had made the climb. They spoke of visions, of dreams where Zalmoxis appeared before them, offering words of wisdom or glimpses of the eternal paradise that awaited them beyond this life. To stand on Kogayanon's peak was to stand in the presence of the divine, to feel the weight of mortality lift and the warmth of Zalmoxis' love envelop them. The mountain was not just a place, it was a promise that death was not the end, but the beginning of something far greater. The Dacians believed that Kogayanon was where Zalmoxis retreated after he vanished from their midst. Some said that he had entered the mountain itself, disappearing into its depths to live in communion with the gods. Others believed that he had ascended to the heavens from its summit, carried by the wind to the stars. But no matter the version, the message was the same: Kogayanon was sacred, and it held the key to Zalmoxis' mysteries. Even from afar, the sight of the mountain inspired reverence. The way the sun hit its peaks at dawn, turning them a golden hue, or the way it stood tall and proud against the darkening sky at dusk, it was impossible to look at Kogayanon without feeling something stir deep within. It was a reminder of the connection between the earth and the heavens, between the Dacians and their god. The mountain was also a place of refuge, where priests of Zalmoxis would go to meditate and seek his guidance. These holy men would retreat into the caves that dotted Kogayanon's slopes, spending days or even weeks in quiet contemplation. They believed that in the stillness of the mountain, they could hear Zalmoxis' voice more clearly, offering them wisdom that they would later bring back to their people. The air on Kogayanon was thinner, purer, and the silence was so profound that it seemed to vibrate with the presence of the divine. For the Dacians, Kogayanon wasn't just a place to visit, it was a place to be revered from afar. They would offer prayers to the mountain, lighting fires at its base and sending their hopes and fears into the sky, trusting that Zalmoxis, from his lofty home, would hear them. The smoke from these fires would rise slowly, curling up toward the peaks, as if being carried straight to the ears of their god. There was an unspoken understanding that Kogayanan held the secrets of life and death. To those who believed, it was not just rock and earth, but a living, breathing entity, a manifestation of Zalmoxis' power on earth. It was a reminder that the divine was not far away, but right there, among them, waiting for those who were ready to seek it out. In the quiet moments, when the wind died down and the world seemed to hold its breath, the Dacians would gaze up at the mountain and feel an overwhelming sense of peace. It was as if, for just a moment, they could feel Zalmoxis watching them, offering them comfort and strength. Kogayanan stood as a symbol of everything they believed in, the promise of life beyond death, the eternal presence of their god, and the unbreakable bond between the Dacians and the divine. Though few were brave enough to climb its slopes, Kogayanan was always there, standing tall, an eternal testament to Zalmoxis' love for his people. It was a mountain, yes, but it was also so much more. It was the place where heaven touched earth, where the sacred and the mortal intertwined, and where the heart of Dacian faith beat strongest. In every storm that swept across its peak, the Dacians could feel Zalmoxis' power. In every sunrise that bathed its slopes in light, they felt his warmth. And in every star that glittered above it at night, they knew he was there, watching, waiting, and guiding them toward the life that lay beyond this one. Kogayanan was their mountain, and it would stand forever as a symbol of their unshakable faith in the God who had once walked among them, and who would one day welcome them into his eternal embrace. The night was heavy with anticipation. The air itself seemed to hum with energy, as if the earth knew that something sacred was about to take place. Young men, trembling with a mixture of fear and hope, stood at the edge of a world they barely understood, about to step into the unknown. Their faces were lit only by the flickering light of torches, casting long shadows that danced around them like spirits from another realm. These were the chosen ones, selected by the elders to undergo the initiation that would bring them closer to Zalmoxis. The initiation was no ordinary ceremony, it was a passage between worlds. To be accepted into the Zalmoxis cult was to leave behind the familiar and enter into a sacred bond with the divine. It was a transformation, a rebirth. And rebirth, they believed, required sacrifice. The sacred fire crackled in the center of the gathering, its flames reaching toward the sky as if trying to connect with the stars above. The elders, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods, began to chant. The words were ancient, passed down through generations, but their meaning was clear. The young men standing before them were about to prove their worth to the God who watched over them. The fire's light reflected in their eyes, and in that moment, everything seemed to slow. The chants grew louder, the beat of the drums faster, and the weight of what was to come pressed down on their chests. One by one, the initiates were called forward. Each step they took was a step closer to Zalmoxis, a step further from their old lives. The first test of initiation was a trial of endurance. The Dacians believed that only those who could withstand pain, fear, and doubt could be worthy of Zalmoxis' blessing. The young men were not told what would happen, they simply knew they had to trust. Trust the elders, trust the rituals, and most importantly, trust Zalmoxis. As the initiates stood before the fire, the elders handed them a sharp blade, small but heavy in their hands. With trembling fingers, they were asked to cut their palm, letting a few drops of their own blood fall into the flames. This was their first offering, a piece of themselves, given freely, to show their commitment. The fire hissed as the blood met the heat, sending sparks into the night sky. It was a small act, but its significance was vast. Blood was life, and by offering their life to the flames, they were symbolically offering themselves to Zalmoxis. But that was only the beginning. The second part of the initiation was the test of sacrifice. The Dacians believed that Zalmoxis demanded more than just words or promises. He required action, proof that his followers were willing to give everything for him, even if that meant risking their own lives. Legend had it that some initiations required the ultimate test, a leap of faith. A man would be selected to act as a messenger, a sacred envoy to the gods. He would be thrown into the air or cast into a pit, and if he survived, it was a sign that Zalmoxis had accepted him. If not, it was believed that Zalmoxis had taken him to the afterlife to live with the gods. The chosen one for this sacrifice was often someone who had shown exceptional courage. The decision was never taken lightly, but it was always accepted with solemn pride. Those who offered themselves for this role knew that death was not the end. Zalmoxis had promised his followers that they would live again after death, and in this promise, they found peace. The gathered crowd would fall silent, holding their breath as the sacrifice took place. The moment would stretch, feeling eternal, as the young man was sent into the arms of the gods. Whether he lived or died, there was a collective belief that Zalmoxis had spoken through the act. It was an act of ultimate trust, a belief that transcended the mortal fear of death. For those who survived the initiation, whether by enduring physical trials or proving their faith through other means, there was a deeper connection that formed between them and Zalmoxis. They had faced the darkness, offered their blood, their courage, and sometimes their very lives, and in return, they received a closeness with their god that few could understand. The final part of the initiation involved a ritual cleansing. After enduring the tests, the initiates would bathe in the sacred waters, washing away the pain and fear of what they had gone through. The water was cool against their skin, soothing their wounds and refreshing their spirits. As the water flowed over them, they felt as if the weight of the mortal world was being lifted, replaced by a sense of belonging. They were no longer mere men, they were now connected to the divine. Emerging from the water, they were wrapped in white robes, symbolizing their new purity and status as followers of Zalmoxis. The crowd would cheer softly, not with the loudness of celebration, but with the quiet respect of those who understood the gravity of what had just occurred. The initiates would stand taller, their faces serene, knowing they had passed the tests and were now part of something far greater than themselves. These rituals, with their blend of fear, sacrifice, and eventual peace, formed the core of the Zalmoxis cult. To the outside world, they may have seemed harsh or even cruel, but to the Dacians, they were essential. Zalmoxis had shown them that life and death were not opposites but parts of a cycle. Through initiation, they were reminded that their time on Earth was temporary, but their connection to Zalmoxis was eternal. The nights after the initiation were often filled with quiet reflection. The newly initiated would sit in the dark, feeling the cool night air against their skin, and in the silence, they would feel the presence of their god. They would think back to the moment their blood met the flames, or the sound of the crowd as the sacrifice was made, and they would understand what it meant to truly believe. These rituals did more than just initiate men into a cult, they bound the community together, reinforcing their shared beliefs and their connection to Zalmoxis. They reminded the Dacians of their mortality, but also of the eternal promise that Zalmoxis had made to them. That in life, they were his children, and in death, they would be his forever. And so, with every initiation, the bond between the Dacians and their god grew stronger, weaving a thread of faith that connected them all, generation after generation, through trials, sacrifice, and unwavering belief. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow over the sacred groves where the Dacians gathered in reverent silence. At the center stood the priests, men whose very presence seemed to bridge the world of mortals and gods. Among them, Dacian stood as a figure of immense power, his voice steady as he led the people in prayer. It wasn't just words he spoke, it was as if each syllable carried the weight of the universe, drawing the Dacians closer to their god, Zalmoxis. The priests weren't just intermediaries between the people and the divine, they were believed to have been chosen by Zalmoxis himself. Their role in society was more than spiritual leadership, they were the keepers of knowledge, the guardians of wisdom passed down through generations. They taught the people the mysteries of life and death, and in their hands lay the future of the Dacian soul. To become a priest of Zalmoxis wasn't simply to wear the sacred robes or chant the holy verses, it was to carry the weight of an entire people's hope for salvation. Dacian, the most revered among the priests, was said to be more than a man. His wisdom was unparalleled, his understanding of the universe so profound that it was whispered he could speak directly with Zalmoxis. His presence alone brought calm to the anxious and strength to the weak. He wasn't just a leader, he was a beacon of light in the darkness of uncertainty. In the early hours of dawn, when the mist still clung to the mountains, the priests would rise. Clad in their ceremonial robes, they would walk to the sacred sites where they performed rituals that bound the Dacians to their god. Their chants filled the air, echoing through the valleys and up the slopes of the holy mountain, Kogayanon. These moments, though brief, carried the weight of eternity. It was as if time itself paused to listen to the words that reached the heavens. The role of a priest was not one of grandeur or luxury. It was a life of service, often grueling and filled with immense responsibility. They were tasked with interpreting the will of Zalmoxis, a burden that required great wisdom and clarity. Many nights were spent in solitude, meditating, seeking answers to the deepest questions of existence. Their connection to Zalmoxis was not just a privilege but a heavy responsibility, one that could not be taken lightly. When calamity struck, a drought, a failed harvest, or the death of a beloved warrior, it was the priests the people turned to for guidance. The priests would enter sacred trances, communing with Zalmoxis to understand the cause of the suffering and what must be done to appease the god. The people believed that Zalmoxis spoke through these men, and in their words was the salvation they sought. Dacian was different, though. It was said that he could see beyond the physical world, into realms that no ordinary person could ever hope to comprehend. The people of Dacia trusted him without question, knowing that his wisdom was a gift from Zalmoxis. He taught them the ways of life, not just in matters of faith, but in practical knowledge too, astronomy, medicine, and even governance. Under his guidance, the Dacians flourished, and their bond with Zalmoxis grew ever stronger. On certain holy days, the priests would gather at the temple, a place that stood not only as a structure of stone but as a gateway to Zalmoxis' presence. The people would follow in procession, carrying offerings of grain, fruits, and sometimes sacrifices. As the priests led the rites, there was a collective sense of awe. The air grew still, the atmosphere charged with something unseen but deeply felt. The presence of Zalmoxis was palpable, and it was the priests who could feel it most acutely. To the Dacians, these priests were not just holy men, they were pillars of the community, shaping not only religious practices but the very way of life. They mediated disputes, offered counsel to kings, and ensured that Zalmoxis' teachings were passed down faithfully from one generation to the next. Without them, the connection to Zalmoxis would be fragile, as though the bridge between the mortal world and the divine might crumble. But their power was not without sacrifice. They gave up the comforts of family, the joys of ordinary life, to serve the greater good. They became fathers to all, leaders in a spiritual sense, but their isolation was a heavy price to pay. Many priests spent their entire lives in service, never marrying, never having children, because their true family was the Dacian people and their only child was the faith in Zalmoxis. And yet, the priests never complained. To serve Zalmoxis was the highest honor. They believed that upon their deaths, Zalmoxis himself would guide their souls to the afterlife, where they would sit beside him in eternal peace. This belief, this unshakable faith, gave them the strength to continue even in the face of hardship. As time passed, the bond between Dacian and Zalmoxis seemed to grow stronger. People spoke of how his eyes would glow faintly in the darkness during ceremonies, or how his voice would take on an otherworldly resonance. Some even believed that Dacian was no longer fully human, that he had become a vessel for Zalmoxis to work through. When Dacian eventually passed, the grief among the Dacians was unimaginable. But there was also a sense of peace, for they knew that he had not truly left them. He had returned to Zalmoxis, completing the circle that he had spent his life teaching them about. His legacy lived on, not only in the hearts of the people, but in the very land itself. The mountains, the rivers, and the skies all seemed to whisper his name. The new priests who followed in his footsteps did so with reverence, understanding that they were now the keepers of the wisdom he had passed down. They too would seek communion with Zalmoxis, continue the rituals, and guide the people in times of need. But there was always the sense that Dacian had been something special, something more than just a priest. He had been chosen by Zalmoxis in a way that no one else had. And so, the priesthood continued, generation after generation, ensuring that Zalmoxis' presence remained alive in the hearts of the Dacians. The priests, like Dacian, became the living embodiment of faith, their lives dedicated to the service of the God who promised eternal life. Through their guidance, the Dacians found hope, comfort, and an unbreakable connection to something far greater than themselves. In the heart of every Dacian soul burned a single, profound hope, the promise of immortality. It was not merely a desire to live forever, but a belief that death was not the end. And it was Zalmoxis, their god, who offered this hope. To the Dacians, Zalmoxis wasn't just a distant deity watching from afar, he was the keeper of life beyond the grave, the one who could unlock eternity. His promise of eternal life breathed courage into the hearts of warriors and brought peace to the troubled, for they knew that death was merely a doorway, not a final destination. In the dim light of the fire, stories of Zalmoxis were passed from generation to generation. Elders would speak with trembling voices of how Zalmoxis himself had conquered death, retreating into the depths of the earth only to rise again. This tale wasn't just a myth, it was the heartbeat of Dacian faith. If Zalmoxis had triumphed over death, so too could his people. There was a sacred power in this belief, a power that fueled the Dacians in their daily lives. When a warrior stood at the edge of battle, facing overwhelming odds, he did so without fear. Death could take his body, but it could never claim his soul. That belonged to Zalmoxis, and in Zalmoxis' care, it would live on forever. The thought of reuniting with their god in the afterlife was a comfort that made any earthly suffering bearable. For them, death was not to be feared but welcomed, for it was through death that they would reach the eternal. In ceremonies held under the vast night sky, the Dacians would offer prayers to Zalmoxis, their voices rising like the smoke of the fires, carrying with them their hopes for eternal life. These rituals were filled with a quiet reverence, a collective yearning that united every man, woman, and child in their faith. It was said that Zalmoxis watched over them during these moments, listening to their hearts more than their words. The belief in Zalmoxis' gift of immortality was not just a passive hope, it was a guiding force that shaped their lives. It encouraged them to live honorably, to be brave in the face of danger, and to remain steadfast in their convictions. The knowledge that they would one day stand before Zalmoxis in the afterlife pushed them to be the best versions of themselves in this life. For in the world beyond, there would be no hiding, Zalmoxis would see their true selves, and they wished to be worthy of the eternal life he offered. Zalmoxis' teachings of immortality were more than just promises, they were woven into the very fabric of Dacian society. Parents would tell their children, Zalmoxis watches over you, in this life and the next. It was a reminder that they were never truly alone, not even in their darkest moments. Whether it was the birth of a child or the passing of an elder, Zalmoxis' presence was always felt, like a gentle breeze that carried with it the promise of eternity. When someone passed from this world, the Dacians would not mourn as others did. They believed that their loved one was now in the care of Zalmoxis, living in a place free from pain and suffering. The body was gone, yes, but the soul had merely transitioned to another phase of existence. It was a celebration, not of loss, but of the soul's journey to Zalmoxis' embrace. The rituals surrounding death were filled with a quiet dignity, and though there were tears, they were often shed with the knowledge that the separation was temporary. In time, they too would be reunited in the immortal world Zalmoxis had promised. This belief in eternal life was not something abstract or vague. The Dacians imagined the afterlife as a place of endless peace, a paradise where they would be reunited with those who had gone before them. Zalmoxis was their shepherd, guiding them into this new world, where there would be no hunger, no pain, no sorrow, only eternal bliss. This vision gave them a sense of purpose, a goal that went beyond the struggles of everyday life. But Zalmoxis' gift of immortality was not given lightly. The Dacians knew that to receive this gift, they had to live with honor and courage. They had to prove themselves worthy, both in battle and in their daily actions. The priests would often remind them that Zalmoxis watched over their deeds, and that the choices they made in life would determine their fate in the afterlife. This belief was a guiding star, keeping them on the path of righteousness, even when temptation and hardship threatened to lead them astray. As the Dacians looked to the mountains, where they believed Zalmoxis had once lived and where his spirit still lingered, they felt a deep connection to something greater than themselves. The mountains were eternal, just as Zalmoxis had promised they could be. In the stillness of the high peaks, where the wind whispered through the rocks, they could almost hear his voice, calling them to live bravely, to face death without fear, for in death, they would find life everlasting. For the Dacians, the promise of immortality was not just a doctrine, it was a lifeline. It gave them strength in times of war, solace in times of loss, and hope in times of despair. They did not see death as an end, but as a doorway, a passage to a place where Zalmoxis waited, with open arms, ready to welcome them into eternity. This belief was their most precious gift, a beacon of light that shone even in their darkest hours. As they looked up to the stars at night, they believed that Zalmoxis watched over them from the heavens. Each star, a soul that had passed on, now living forever in the eternal realm promised by their God. And when they closed their eyes to sleep, they did so with the comfort of knowing that one day, they too would join those stars, their souls soaring into the embrace of Zalmoxis, where they would live on, forever. There was a hush that fell over the crowd, a silence that carried the weight of ancient belief. Every eye was fixed on the young man standing at the edge of the sacred circle, his face calm, but filled with an emotion too deep for words. He was chosen, not by chance, but by destiny. This was not the end of his life, but the beginning of something far greater. For today, he would carry the prayers and wishes of his people to Zalmoxis himself. This moment wasn't one of fear, but of honor. The Dacians believed that Zalmoxis listened to the hearts of his people, but sometimes their messages needed to be delivered personally. And so, once every few years, a messenger was sent to Zalmoxis, by way of death. This messenger would be the bridge between the mortal and the divine, carrying the hopes, the fears, and the needs of an entire nation to the God they revered above all. The ritual of the messenger's sacrifice was not a quick decision, nor was it taken lightly. It was a choice made by the elders, the priests, and those closest to Zalmoxis. The chosen one, often a young man of strength and purity, accepted this role with grace. For him, this was not a moment of loss, it was a sacred duty, one that would forever bind his name to the divine. In their eyes, he was not dying, he was ascending, becoming one with the God. As the ceremony began, the people gathered around the sacred fire. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the rhythmic beat of drums echoed in the valley. It was a day that would be remembered for years to come. Families held their children close, knowing that what they were about to witness was not just a sacrifice, but a connection to something eternal, something beyond the life they knew. The priests, dressed in their ceremonial robes, moved with solemnity. They chanted prayers that had been passed down for centuries, invoking the presence of Zalmoxis and asking for his favor. Every word, every gesture, was filled with meaning. This was not just about sending a message, it was about reaffirming their faith, their belief that death was not the end, but a transition into the hands of their God. The young man stood tall, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the fire. There was no fear in him, only a quiet strength. He had prepared for this day for months, undergoing rituals of purification, fasting, and prayer. His body and mind were cleansed, ready to take on the enormous task before him. He had spoken with his family, his friends, and the priests, and he had made peace with his fate. They knew they were not saying goodbye to him, they were sending him to a place where they too would one day follow. When the time came, he stepped forward into the center of the circle. The crowd watched in silence, their hearts heavy yet filled with reverence. The priests approached him, offering a final blessing. They whispered words meant only for his ears, words of guidance for the journey he was about to take. He listened, nodding, understanding that he was now more than just a man, he was the voice of an entire people. With the final blessing given, the ritual entered its most solemn phase. The method of the sacrifice was designed not to be cruel, but swift and dignified. The chosen messenger would be released from his earthly bonds in a manner that honored his bravery and purpose. Some believed that his soul would immediately ascend to Zalmoxis, where he would stand before the God as their representative. Others thought that his journey through the afterlife would be a long and arduous one, filled with trials before he reached Zalmoxis' embrace. But there was no doubt in their minds that he would reach his destination. Zalmoxis had promised eternal life to those who followed him faithfully, and the messenger's sacrifice was the ultimate act of faith. As his life left his body, the people around him wept not for the loss, but for the greatness of his deed. He had transcended the world they knew and entered a place where only the most sacred souls could go. The days that followed the sacrifice were marked by mourning, but also by celebration. The Dacians believed that their message had been received, and that Zalmoxis would now look more favorably upon them. The messenger had fulfilled his duty, and in doing so, had secured the well-being of his people. His name would be spoken in hushed tones, remembered not as a man who died, but as one who had bridged the gap between the mortal and the divine. The sacrifice left a deep mark on those who witnessed it. Parents would tell their children of the bravery of the messenger and how he had willingly given himself for the good of all. It was a story that would inspire generations to come, a reminder that death was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced when done in the name of Zalmoxis. For the Dacians, the messenger was not just a figure of the past, he was a symbol of the eternal connection between their world and the divine. As the years passed, the ritual of the messenger sacrifice continued, each time with the same sense of reverence and awe. It was a powerful reminder of their faith, their belief in Zalmoxis' promise of immortality. The Dacians knew that their God was not distant, not unreachable. He was with them always, and through the sacrifice of the messenger, they were able to communicate with him in the most profound way imaginable. In the silence that followed the ritual, when the crowd had dispersed and the fire had died down, there remained a deep sense of peace. The messenger had completed his task, and now it was up to Zalmoxis to answer. Whether through rain for the crops, success in battle, or simply the continued survival of their people, the Dacians believed that Zalmoxis would show them his favor. And so they waited, with hope in their hearts, knowing that their faith, like the messenger, would never truly die. The air was thick with anticipation. Children's laughter mixed with the rhythmic beat of drums, echoing through the valleys and across the mountains. The entire village had come alive, dressed in their finest clothes, adorned with flowers, and carrying offerings. Today was no ordinary day, today was the festival of Zalmoxis. It was a day that filled every heart with a sense of pride and devotion, a time when the Dacians gathered to honor the God who watched over them with unwavering care. This festival was not just about rituals, it was a celebration of life, of the eternal connection between the Dacians and their God. Zalmoxis, who promised them immortality, had given them more than just hope, he had given them a reason to believe in something greater than themselves. And on this day, they came together to give thanks, to sing and dance, to remind themselves of the sacred bond they shared with their protector. The sun, glowing warm and golden, bathed the land in a gentle light, and the smell of food being prepared filled the air. Families gathered, cooking traditional meals meant to be shared with both their loved ones and the gods. The fire crackled as they roasted meats, baked bread, and prepared offerings to lay at the feet of Zalmoxis' statue. Every piece of food, every drop of wine, was a symbol of their gratitude, a way to say thank you for the blessings they had received. But beyond the food and festivities, there was something deeper at play, a sense of unity. The people were not just celebrating Zalmoxis, they were celebrating each other. The festivals brought the community together in a way that nothing else could. It was a reminder that they were all connected, not only by blood and land, but by the spiritual ties that bound them to their God. As the sun began to set, the most sacred part of the festival began. The high priest, draped in robes that shimmered with the colors of the earth, stood before the altar. His voice, powerful yet soothing, carried through the gathering as he began the prayers. The crowd fell silent, their heads bowed in reverence. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the time when their hearts would reach out to Zalmoxis in unison, asking for his guidance, protection, and favor. The priest's words were filled with meaning, recounting the stories of old, the tales of Zalmoxis as a god who had once walked among them, teaching them, guiding them, showing them the way to live with honor and wisdom. Every Dacian knew these stories by heart, but hearing them spoken aloud during the festival was something special. It brought the past alive, making them feel as though Zalmoxis was there with them, watching over the celebration with a gentle, knowing smile. After the prayers, the people began their offerings. One by one, they approached the altar, laying down gifts of food, wine, and handcrafted items. Some brought small tokens that had personal meaning, items passed down through generations, each carrying a story of its own. These offerings were not just material gifts, They were pieces of the people's souls, expressions of their love and devotion to their god. As night fell, the energy of the festival shifted. The solemnity of the rituals gave way to joy and celebration. The music grew louder, and the sound of drums and flutes filled the air. People danced in circles, their feet moving to the rhythm of the earth, their hands raised to the sky. It was a dance of life, a dance of immortality, a reminder that even though their bodies would one day return to the soil, their spirits would live on forever with Zalmoxis. Children ran through the crowd, their laughter infectious. For them, the festival was a time of wonder and excitement, a day when the stories they had heard came to life. They watched with wide eyes as the flames of the bonfires danced in the wind, casting long shadows on the ground. Some of them would grow up to become priests or warriors, carrying on the traditions of their ancestors. But for now, they were simply children, full of life and joy, basking in the glow of the celebration. The older generations sat together, watching the festivities with a sense of pride. They had lived through many of these festivals, each one a reminder of the enduring strength of their people and their faith. They told stories to the younger ones, tales of past celebrations, of years when the harvest was plentiful, and times when they had to pray harder for Zalmoxis' favor. But through it all, their faith had never wavered. The festivals were proof of that, their enduring connection to something greater than themselves. As the night wore on, the stars began to shine brightly above. The Dacians believed that these stars were the souls of their ancestors, watching over them, guiding them. And tonight, those stars seemed to glow even more brightly, as if Zalmoxis himself were looking down, pleased with the devotion of his people. The festival would continue long into the night, with singing, dancing, and storytelling. The fire would burn until dawn, a symbol of the eternal flame that Zalmoxis had lit within the hearts of the Dacians. And when the sun rose again, they would return to their daily lives, but the spirit of the festival would stay with them. It was not just a day of celebration, it was a reminder of who they were, where they came from, and where they were going. For the Dacians, these festivals were more than just rituals, they were a way of life. They were the moments when the veil between the mortal and the divine seemed thinnest, when they could feel the presence of Zalmoxis most strongly. And in those moments, they knew without a doubt that their God was with them, guiding them, protecting them, and offering them the gift of immortality. The festival of Zalmoxis was not just a celebration of the past, it was a celebration of the future, of the eternal life that awaited them all. And as the last embers of the fire flickered and the first light of morning broke through the darkness, the Dacians carried that promise with them in their hearts, knowing that Zalmoxis would always be there, watching over them, forever. The wind howled through the rugged hills, carrying with it the whispers of a time long gone. Hidden among the ancient stones and forgotten pathways lay the remains of what once was a temple dedicated to a god who promised eternal life. These stones, worn down by centuries of wind, rain, and sun, held stories that transcended the physical. They were not just cold rock, they were a testament to the devotion of a people whose lives revolved around the sacred presence of Zalmoxis. Walking among the ruins, it's impossible not to feel the weight of history pressing down. This place, though mostly forgotten by the modern world, was once alive with the footsteps of priests, worshippers, and those who sought the wisdom and protection of Zalmoxis. Each step taken here feels like treading on sacred ground, where the very air seems to vibrate with the echoes of chants that once filled the skies. This temple, though crumbling, was no ordinary structure. Built by hands guided by faith and love for their god, it once stood tall, its walls adorned with symbols that spoke of the eternal. The Dacians believed that Zalmoxis watched over them from this very place. To them, this was not just a temple, it was a bridge between their world and the divine, where they could feel the presence of their god more intensely than anywhere else. It was here they offered prayers, sacrifices, and dreams of immortality. Imagine the devotion it took to build such a sacred place. Without modern tools or machinery, the people lifted stone after stone, each one representing not just labor, but belief. Their hands bled, their backs ached, but none of that mattered. What drove them was their unwavering faith that Zalmoxis would reward their efforts with eternal life. Every wall, every archway, Every carved symbol was a physical manifestation of their hope, a hope that in death they would not be lost, but reborn in a world beyond. The remains of altars, once used for sacrifices, still stand as silent witnesses to the rituals that took place here. You can almost see it in your mind's eye, the flickering flames of torches casting shadows on the faces of those who gathered, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. They came with offerings, placing them gently on the altar, trusting that Zalmoxis would hear their pleas and protect them. Some say that the temple was not just a place of worship, but a sanctuary for those seeking deeper understanding. It was here that the priests, wise and learned, passed down the sacred knowledge of Zalmoxis to the next generation. The temple was not just a house of prayer, but a school of the soul, where teachings of life, death, and the mysteries of the universe were shared. Every corner of the temple, every room, had its purpose, some for quiet meditation, others for grand ceremonies that united the people in their faith. The archaeology of this place may reveal stones and structures, but what it cannot capture is the spirit that once breathed life into it. You can still feel the presence of those long gone, their voices faint but unmistakable, like a song carried by the wind. The temple was alive with their hopes, fears, and dreams, all directed towards their God, who they believed was closer to them here than anywhere else. The significance of this temple went beyond its walls. It was a symbol of the Dacians' identity, a reminder that they were a people united by their faith in Zalmoxis. Generations would come to this place to be blessed, to find peace, to reconnect with the God who had given them the promise of something more than just life on earth. The temple stood as a beacon, visible from miles away, drawing people in from all directions. It was a guiding light for the lost, a shelter for the weary, and a place of divine revelation. Though now reduced to ruins, the temple's essence has never been lost. Archaeologists may uncover stones, remnants of walls, and the faint traces of what once was, but what they cannot excavate is the heart of this place. The spiritual energy, the connection that the Dacians felt with Zalmoxis, still lingers in the air, like a faint pulse that refuses to die. For those who visit today, the ruins of the temple are not just a historical site, they are a reminder of the faith and dedication that once filled these lands. Standing among the fallen stones, it's impossible not to feel a sense of reverence. Here, people once stood in awe of their God, their hearts full of belief in the power of Zalmoxis to deliver them from death. Here, they found hope, solace, and a connection to something greater than themselves. The temple was more than just a place, it was an idea, a belief made tangible. It was a testament to the Dacians' resilience and their refusal to accept that death was the end. Zalmoxis had shown them another way, and this temple was the physical manifestation of that promise. It stood for the belief that no matter how difficult life became, no matter how hard the trials they faced, something eternal awaited them. Today, as the wind whistles through the ruins, there is a certain sadness in the air. The world has moved on, and the temple, once vibrant and alive, has become a memory. But for those who still believe, the spirit of Zalmoxis continues to live on, carried by the stories, the rituals, and the undying faith of the people who built this sacred place. The temple may have fallen, but its message has not. It speaks of faith so powerful that it built stone walls, united a people, and promised them that death was not the end. Standing among these ancient stones, one cannot help but feel a sense of connection to the past, a past where gods walked among men, where temples reached for the heavens, and where the promise of immortality was within reach. In the quiet of a Dacian night, when the stars glimmered like distant memories, the kings would often look up to the heavens and feel something stir deep within their hearts. They were not merely rulers of men, they were chosen by Zalmoxis, their god, to guide and protect their people. The bond between the Dacian kings and Zalmoxis ran deeper than bloodlines or power, it was sacred, a trust forged in the fires of faith. To be a king among the Dacians was not just to wear a crown, but to embody the will of their god on earth. The people looked to their kings with reverence, believing that Zalmoxis himself had a hand in their ascent to power. Each king was a reflection of Zalmoxis, not in divine perfection, but in his wisdom, his courage, and his promise of immortality. Zalmoxis was not merely a distant deity but a living presence in their kings, whose authority was seen as divinely ordained. This belief was woven into the fabric of Dacian life, binding the people to their rulers with threads of faith that could not easily be broken. When a king spoke, it was as though Zalmoxis spoke through him. Every decision, every battle, every law was seen as a reflection of the god's will. To disobey the king was to defy Zalmoxis himself, and the weight of this belief pressed heavily on both ruler and ruled. It was not merely political power that the kings held, but something far greater, the responsibility of ensuring that the Dacian people remained connected to their god. Imagine the burden these kings must have felt, knowing that their every action was judged not just by their people, but by the God who had chosen them. They were the bridge between the divine and the mortal, the protectors of both the land and the soul. The crown they wore was not just a symbol of leadership, it was a sign of their sacred duty. To falter as a king was not just a failure of governance, it was a betrayal of Zalmoxis, a fracture in the bond between heaven and earth. But the kings were not left to shoulder this burden alone. They were guided by the priests, who interpreted the will of Zalmoxis and ensured that the rituals were observed. In the halls of power, decisions were made with the constant awareness that Zalmoxis was watching. The priests, acting as intermediaries, whispered the god's words to the kings, shaping the course of the kingdom with divine counsel. In this way, the kingship was not just a matter of human ambition but an expression of Zalmoxis's plan for his people. The bond between Zalmoxis and the kings was most clearly seen in times of war. When the Dacian kings led their warriors into battle, it was not just for land or riches, it was for the protection of their people, as Zalmoxis had commanded. The king, at the head of his army, became the living embodiment of the god's strength, his war cry echoing through the valleys as a call to defend the sacred land. The warriors fought not only for their king but for Zalmoxis, believing that their bravery on the battlefield would secure their place in the afterlife promised by their god. Victory in battle was seen as Zalmoxis's favor, a sign that the king was fulfilling his divine role. Defeat, however, was not just a loss of territory or lives, it was seen as a spiritual failure, a warning that the king had lost his way. In such moments, the connection between the king and Zalmoxis was tested. It was in these times of hardship that the king had to prove himself, not just as a leader of men, but as a servant of the god who had placed him on the throne. Kingship among the Dacians was not a solitary path. Each king knew that Zalmoxis had walked this earth once as a mortal, just as they did now. The kings saw themselves in Zalmoxis's journey, knowing that their time on this earth was fleeting, but their legacy could be eternal. Just as Zalmoxis had transcended death to offer immortality to his followers, so too did the kings hope that their reign would be remembered long after they had passed into the world beyond. The Dacian kings did not just rule, they led with the knowledge that they were part of something far greater than themselves. They carried the weight of their people's hopes and dreams, knowing that Zalmoxis watched over them all. The sacred rituals, the prayers whispered in the dark, the sacrifices made at the altars, all of these acts were reminders of the king's role as the chosen one, the vessel through which Zalmoxis's will was enacted. And in the quiet moments, when the fires had burned low and the night wrapped itself around the land, the kings would often find themselves alone with their thoughts. In those moments of solitude, they could feel Zalmoxis's presence more acutely. It was in those silences that they realized the depth of their bond with the god. They were not just kings, they were the stewards of Zalmoxis's promise, the keepers of the eternal flame that burned within the hearts of the Dacian people. The connection between Zalmoxis and the Dacian kings was more than just spiritual, it was woven into the very essence of their rule. As the kings guided their people through times of peace and war, through famine and abundance, they did so with the unwavering belief that Zalmoxis walked with them. Their power was not just political, it was sacred, a reflection of the god's presence on earth. Through this divine connection, the Dacian kings became more than rulers. They were symbols of hope, living testaments to the faith that had carried their people through generations. Zalmoxis was not just their god, he was the heart of their kingship, the source of their strength, and the promise that life, even in death, would continue. To be a Dacian king was to be more than a man, it was to stand at the crossroads of the mortal and the divine, to lead with the knowledge that every step taken was part of a grander plan. And through it all, Zalmoxis watched, guiding his chosen kings with the promise of immortality and the assurance that they, like him, would never truly be forgotten. In the heart of ancient Dacia, where the wind carried whispers of the gods and the mountains stood as silent witnesses, the fate of a nation rested on two pillars, the king and the priest. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond, each reliant on the other to guide their people through both the mundane and the divine. The king was the ruler of the land, the protector of his people. But the priest, standing beside him, was the voice of Zalmoxis, the unseen force that shaped the very essence of life and death. The weight of their shared responsibility was immense, a delicate dance between power and faith that held the kingdom together. Every decision a king made was steeped in more than just strategy or governance. It was infused with the whispers of the priests, who sought the will of Zalmoxis in every shadow, every flicker of a flame. The king, though mighty, could not rule alone. His strength lay in the physical world, but the priests held the key to the spiritual one. And in Dacia, the two worlds were intertwined in ways that no one could fully comprehend. To the people, the king was the embodiment of Zalmoxis's will on earth. But it was the priests who kept that connection alive, who ensured that the divine presence never drifted too far from the throne. Their prayers, their rituals, their sacrifices, all were carried out with a sacred purpose, to guide the king and, through him, the entire Dacian people. Without the priests, the king's crown was merely metal, and his power, hollow. It was the priests who breathed life into the king's authority, grounding it in the ancient faith that had sustained their ancestors for generations. In return, the king protected the priesthood, honoring them as the keepers of Dacia's spiritual heart. He knew that without their divine counsel, his reign would falter. The priest's words were as crucial as any sword or shield, offering guidance when the path ahead seemed uncertain. And in moments of great decision, whether in times of war, famine, or peace, the king would turn to his priest, eyes heavy with the weight of leadership, seeking reassurance that Zalmoxis's blessing had not faded. This relationship was not built on mere convenience or politics. It was a sacred trust, an interdependence that had been forged over countless generations. Both king and priest knew that their roles were not theirs by chance, but by destiny. Zalmoxis had chosen them, had placed them side by side, to lead the Dacian people through both the joys and the trials of life. And together, they would honor that responsibility. In the quiet moments, when the weight of the crown grew too heavy to bear, the king would often retreat to the temples. There, in the dim glow of the sacred fire, he would find solace in the presence of his priest. It was not uncommon for kings to seek private counsel, to speak not as rulers but as men, vulnerable, uncertain, longing for the assurance that only a man of faith could provide. The priest would listen, his eyes closed in silent communion with the divine, before offering words of comfort or wisdom. It was in these moments that the bond between king and priest grew strongest, a shared understanding of the burdens they each carried. But it wasn't just the king who leaned on the priests for support. The priests, too, relied on the king. Their power came not from armies or wealth, but from the belief of the people. And the king, with his authority and influence, ensured that the faith remained strong. He championed the worship of Zalmoxis, led his people in sacred festivals, and upheld the rituals that bound them all together. Without the king's support, the priests knew that their sacred practices might be forgotten, lost in the ebb and flow of time. And so, they cherished their connection to the throne, just as the king cherished his bond with the divine. Together, the king and the priest shaped the soul of Dacia. Every law that was passed, every battle that was fought, every field that was harvested, it all bore the mark of their collaboration. The king ruled the land with strength, but the priest ruled the spirit with faith. And in Dacia, the spirit was as vital as the soil beneath their feet. The people watched this sacred partnership with awe. To them, it was proof that Zalmoxis had not abandoned them, that their God still walked among them in the form of their king and priest. They believed that as long as the king and the priest stood united, their land would be protected, their souls would be safe, and Zalmoxis's promise of immortality would remain within reach. Yet, this bond was not without its challenges. There were times when the king and the priest did not see eye to eye, when the demands of the throne clashed with the will of the gods. In those moments, tension would ripple through the kingdom. The king, driven by the needs of his people, would question the priest's counsel. And the priest, steadfast in his faith, would remind the king of Zalmoxis' greater plan. These moments were fraught with danger, for a rift between king and priest could tear the kingdom apart. But through it all, the bond remained unbroken, tempered by their shared understanding of the sacred trust they had been given. And so, the king and the priest continued to walk side by side, two halves of a whole, bound by a love for their people and a faith in their God. Their partnership was not just a matter of governance or religion, it was the lifeblood of Dacia. The king brought strength, the priest brought faith, and together, they brought hope. In the end, the relationship between the king and the priest was not just about power or faith. It was about love, love for their people, love for their God, and love for the sacred land of Dacia that they had been entrusted to protect. Through their bond, Zalmoxis' light shone down upon them all, guiding them through the darkness toward a future that was both eternal and divine. In the rugged hills and thick forests of ancient Dacia, where the clash of swords echoed like thunder, the warriors found strength not just in their arms, but in their hearts, deeply entwined with the spirit of Zalmoxis. The battlefield was a sacred ground, a place where every strike and every shout resonated with the promise of their God. Zalmoxis was not just a deity to them, he was their guiding light, a force that shaped their courage and determination. With each battle cry, the warriors invoked his name, calling upon his strength as they faced their enemies with unwavering resolve. For these fierce Dacian warriors, the teachings of Zalmoxis instilled a profound sense of purpose. They were not mere fighters, they were protectors of their people and their land, each thrust of their spear echoing with the belief that they fought for something greater than themselves. Zalmoxis, as they believed, was the keeper of the afterlife, offering a promise that death and battle was not the end, but a gateway to eternal life. This belief cast a powerful spell over the warriors, fueling their bravery. To die in battle meant to be welcomed into Zalmoxis' embrace, to join the ranks of the honored and the fearless in a realm untouched by pain and sorrow. Every warrior was taught to honor this belief. They spoke of the great feasts waiting for them in the afterlife, where they would feast and drink in the presence of Zalmoxis. These visions of a joyous afterlife were not just tales to pass the time, they were a lifeline, a reminder that each fight, no matter how brutal, was a step closer to the divine. The very thought of reuniting with fallen comrades in the grand halls of Zalmoxis filled them with an indescribable warmth. It was a bond that transcended life and death, a promise that no one would be forgotten. Before heading into battle, the warriors often gathered in circles, their faces painted with symbols of their god. With firelight dancing across their skin, they raised their voices in chants, calling out to Zalmoxis for strength and protection. Each warrior felt the weight of tradition on their shoulders, the legacy of their ancestors coursing through their veins. They believed that Zalmoxis stood beside them, watching over their every move, empowering them with the ferocity needed to protect their land. In the heat of combat, when fear threatened to take hold, the warriors recalled the stories of Zalmoxis. They remembered how he had shown his followers the path to immortality, how he had taught them the value of bravery. With every swing of their swords, they felt Zalmoxis' spirit lift them, pushing them forward into the fray. They became more than warriors, they became vessels of his will, fighting with a passion that turned the tide of battles. The influence of Zalmoxis extended beyond the battlefield. The warriors, inspired by their faith, nurtured a code of honor that defined their lives. Loyalty, courage, and sacrifice were not just ideals, they were the very fabric of their existence. Each warrior knew that their actions reflected not only upon themselves, but also upon Zalmoxis. They fought not for personal glory, but for the pride of their people and the honor of their god. When a warrior fell in battle, the pain of loss cut deep through the hearts of those left behind. Yet, instead of despair, they found solace in their beliefs. They held ceremonies to honor the fallen, believing that their souls would rise to the heavens, embraced by Zalmoxis. The thought of their comrades joining the eternal ranks of heroes brought comfort to their grieving hearts. This belief transformed their mourning into celebration, a tribute to the warriors who had fought valiantly and now basked in the divine light of their god. The tales of their fallen brothers and sisters were told around campfires, their spirits kept alive in the memories of the living. These stories were woven into the very fabric of Dacian culture, each one a reminder that bravery and sacrifice were rewarded in the afterlife. As new generations rose to take their place, they carried these tales with them, ensuring that the legacy of Zalmoxis and the warrior spirit would never fade. In quiet moments, away from the clamor of battle, the warriors would seek the guidance of their priests, those who served as the earthly messengers of Zalmoxis. The priests spoke of the god's teachings, sharing wisdom that inspired the warriors to be not only fierce, but also just. They reminded them that every battle was not just about defeating an enemy, but about protecting their loved ones and ensuring that the light of Zalmoxis shone brightly over their land. Together, the priests and warriors formed a bond that resonated through the valleys and mountains. They stood side by side, united in their devotion to Zalmoxis, each playing a role in the great tapestry of Dacian life. The priests offered prayers and sacrifices, while the warriors brought the stories of their victories and losses. This connection strengthened the fabric of their society, binding them closer to their beliefs and to each other. As the sun set over the Dacian landscape, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, the warriors gathered once more. They raised their swords to the heavens, a salute to Zalmoxis, a declaration that they would continue to fight with honor and faith. Each heart beat in rhythm with the promise of immortality, the bond they shared with their god. They were not just warriors, they were champions of a legacy, protectors of a belief that transcended time and space. With each battle, each sacrifice, and each victory, the spirit of Zalmoxis grew stronger within them. They understood that they were part of something greater, a cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And as they faced the challenges ahead, they did so knowing that Zalmoxis walked with them, guiding their hands and filling their hearts with courage. The bond between Zalmoxis and the Dacian warriors was not just a connection to a deity, it was a lifeline that fueled their souls, igniting a fire of bravery that would burn brightly for all eternity. In the heart of ancient Dacia, where mountains kissed the sky and rivers flowed like veins through the earth, the teachings of Zalmoxis shaped not only the beliefs but also the very fabric of society. His influence reached far beyond the sacred rituals and the battlefield. It wove its way into the laws that governed daily life, shaping a culture grounded in honor, justice, and communal strength. The presence of Zalmoxis was like the sun rising over the horizon, illuminating every corner of Dacian life, bringing warmth and clarity to the hearts of the people. Zalmoxis taught that true strength lay in the unity of the community. His followers believed that every individual had a role to play, and this belief echoed in their laws. Justice, fairness, and accountability were not mere words, they were the pillars upon which Dacian society stood. The teachings of Zalmoxis emphasized that one's actions could ripple through the community, affecting not just the individual but the entire tribe. This understanding fostered a sense of responsibility that bound the people together, like threads woven into a beautiful tapestry. In every village, elders held gatherings where disputes were settled under the watchful eyes of Zalmoxis. Here, justice was not just a cold judgment, it was a sacred act, a chance to restore harmony. The elders would listen to the grievances of both sides, weighing their words like precious stones. They sought not just to punish but to heal. This approach mirrored the teachings of Zalmoxis, which encouraged compassion and understanding. When a decision was reached, it was seen as an opportunity for growth, not just a conclusion to a conflict. The Dacians believed that through resolution, they honored their god, reinforcing the bonds of their community. Children learned these values from a young age. The stories of Zalmoxis were woven into their daily lives, tales of courage and wisdom shared around the warmth of the fire. They were taught that the principles of Zalmoxis were not just for the warriors or the elders, they were for everyone. Respect, kindness, and the pursuit of knowledge became the foundation of their upbringing. Parents instilled in their children the belief that they were part of something greater, a legacy that they would carry forward. This connection to Zalmoxis inspired them to seek justice, not only for themselves, but for those who could not fight for their rights. The influence of Zalmoxis also reached into the realm of leadership. Dacian kings were seen not just as rulers, but as representatives of the divine will. Their authority was closely tied to their ability to embody the teachings of Zalmoxis. A wise king was one who sought counsel from the priests, who consulted the sacred teachings before making decisions. The people believed that a king who ruled with fairness and compassion reflected the will of Zalmoxis, thus earning the respect and loyalty of his subjects. Ceremonies held in honor of Zalmoxis became occasions for the community to reaffirm their commitment to the laws that governed their lives. These gatherings were filled with music, laughter, and shared stories, where each person felt a part of a larger family. The air buzzed with energy as they celebrated their unity, a reminder that together they could achieve greatness. Zalmoxis was invoked not just as a god but as a guiding spirit, one who watched over their lives and ensured that they remained true to the principles that defined them. However, the teachings of Zalmoxis did not merely influence positive actions, they also provided a framework for accountability. When someone strayed from the path of justice, the community felt the weight of their actions. It was not merely the individual who suffered the consequences, the entire village shared in the burden. This collective responsibility fostered an environment where people thought carefully about their actions. They understood that their choices were interwoven with the lives of their neighbors, creating a strong sense of belonging. In moments of crisis, when drought or disease threatened their way of life, the people turned to Zalmoxis for guidance. They gathered in the temples, lit candles, and prayed for strength and wisdom. It was during these times that the teachings of Zalmoxis shone brightest, reminding them of their resilience and the power of unity. They shared their fears and hopes, understanding that together, they could weather any storm. The community became a living testament to the values of their God, standing firm in their beliefs and supporting one another through hardship. The influence of Zalmoxis extended into the realm of trade and commerce as well. The Dacians conducted their exchanges with an understanding that honesty and fairness were essential for maintaining peace. Deceit and greed had no place in a society that honored the teachings of their God. Merchants took great pride in their reputations, ensuring that they upheld the values instilled in them by Zalmoxis. This commitment to integrity forged strong bonds between communities, enabling them to thrive and prosper together. As the sun set over the mountains, casting a golden hue across the land, the Dacians gathered once more, united in their faith and values. They knew that the teachings of Zalmoxis were not merely relics of the past, they were living principles that guided their lives. They felt the warmth of his spirit enveloping them, reminding them that they were part of something larger than themselves. The legacy of Zalmoxis was woven into their laws, their society, and their very hearts, a sacred bond that would endure through the ages. In every action, every decision, and every moment shared, the influence of Zalmoxis resonated through the Dacian people. They were not just a tribe, they were a community forged in the fires of faith and unity, embodying the very essence of their God. The teachings of Zalmoxis illuminated their path, guiding them toward a future filled with hope, strength, and love. And in this sacred connection, they found their true power, a bond that would echo through time, reminding generations to come of the enduring spirit of Zalmoxis and the profound impact he had on their lives. In the rugged hills of ancient Thrace, where the earth was rich with stories and the air sang of ancient rituals, a powerful connection blossomed between the Zalmoxis cult and the broader Thracian culture. The whispers of Zalmoxis, the god of the Dacians, intertwined with the beliefs and practices of the Thracians, creating a spiritual tapestry that resonated across the Balkan landscape. This connection was not merely geographical, it was a heartbeat of shared traditions and dreams, pulsing through the lives of those who inhabited this vibrant region. Zalmoxis, often viewed as a god of immortality, was a beacon of hope for many. His teachings offered a promise that transcended the grave, igniting the belief that life continued beyond death. This idea was not unique to the Dacians. In the valleys and mountains of Thrace, the belief in an afterlife was deeply rooted, and the Thracians shared a similar reverence for the sacredness of existence. They understood that every moment mattered and that the legacy of one's life could echo through time, shaping the lives of future generations. This shared belief fostered a bond between the two cultures as they both sought meaning in the cycles of life and death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the Thracians gathered to honor their gods, including Zalmoxis. The flickering flames of their fires illuminated their faces, each one reflecting a mixture of hope, fear, and reverence. In these sacred moments, they shared stories of bravery and sacrifice, echoing the teachings of Zalmoxis. The stories became a shared language of resilience and strength, resonating with their beliefs about life and the afterlife. The Thracians were known for their warrior spirit, and this fierceness was reflected in their devotion to Zalmoxis. They believed that in honoring him, they would be empowered in battle, imbued with the strength of the earth and the heavens. The tales of heroes who walked among them became intertwined with Zalmoxis, each warrior aspiring to embody the courage and wisdom that he represented. The shared belief in a divine protector connected the Dacians and Thracians in a profound way, creating a cultural fabric that celebrated bravery, loyalty, and honor. Rituals played a crucial role in both cultures, fostering connections that went beyond words. The Thracians, like the Dacians, held ceremonies to invoke the favor of their gods, seeking guidance and protection. During these gatherings, the lines between the earthly and the divine blurred. Drumming echoed through the hills as they danced under the stars, invoking the spirit of Zalmoxis. In the heat of the moment, they felt his presence among them, a palpable energy that filled their hearts with courage and hope. This shared experience of worship strengthened the ties between the two cultures, creating a community bound by faith and shared aspirations. The geography of the Balkans further facilitated this connection. As traders and travelers moved between regions, they carried with them stories and beliefs, intertwining the spiritual paths of the Dacians and Thracians. The exchange of ideas flowed like the rivers that nourished the land, merging different beliefs into a unified understanding of the divine. As communities interacted, they found common ground in their worship of Zalmoxis, recognizing the shared values of life, death, and the promise of eternity. In the rituals dedicated to Zalmoxis, sacrifices became a central theme. Both the Dacians and Thracians believed that through acts of devotion, they could ensure favor from the gods. Offerings, whether in the form of animals or symbolic items, were presented with deep respect and love. The act of sacrifice was seen as a way to connect with the divine, to show gratitude for life's blessings, and to seek guidance for the challenges ahead. These moments of devotion became shared expressions of faith, intertwining the fates of the two cultures. The influence of Zalmoxis reached deep into the hearts of the Thracians, manifesting in their beliefs about the afterlife. The idea that one could achieve immortality through righteous living resonated deeply within their society. Tales of great warriors who had ascended to join the gods after death were common. These stories inspired hope and encouraged the Thracians to live honorably, creating a lasting legacy that would echo in the memories of their people. Zalmoxis became a symbol of this belief, a guiding light that illuminated their path through life and death. As the seasons changed and time flowed onward, the bond between the Dacians and Thracians only deepened. Their shared reverence for Zalmoxis reflected a collective desire for understanding, love, and connection. In the rituals and celebrations, the essence of both cultures intertwined, creating a shared identity that transcended borders. They found strength in their differences, recognizing that their unique histories only enriched their shared faith. In this dance of beliefs, the legacy of Zalmoxis thrived. The stories of his teachings continued to be passed down through generations, becoming a cherished part of both Dacian and Thracian culture. As the people remembered the courage, compassion, and wisdom of Zalmoxis, they also celebrated their shared humanity. Each generation carried the torch, ensuring that the light of their beliefs burned brightly for years to come. In every gathering, every story shared, and every prayer offered, the connection between the Zalmoxis cult and Thracian beliefs blossomed like the flowers that adorned their sacred sites. It was a bond rooted in a deep understanding of life's mysteries and a shared commitment to honoring the divine. This powerful connection transcended time, reminding them that they were not alone on their journey. As they looked to the stars, they felt the presence of Zalmoxis watching over them, a testament to the enduring spirit of their shared beliefs and the profound impact of their cultural connection. In the vast tapestry of ancient civilizations, Zalmoxis emerged as a figure that echoed through the halls of power and thought. When the Romans and Greeks encountered the beliefs of the Dacians, they found themselves intrigued by the tales of this enigmatic god. As the stories of Zalmoxis spread, they captured the imaginations of those who lived under the sun of Rome and the wisdom of Greece, creating a bridge between cultures that sparked fascination and respect. The Greeks, known for their rich mythology and philosophical inquiry, were drawn to Zalmoxis as a symbol of a deeper truth. They saw in him a reflection of their own beliefs about the afterlife and the quest for immortality. In their eyes, Zalmoxis represented the hope that life could continue beyond the grave. This idea resonated with their understanding of gods like Persephone, who traveled to the underworld and returned, bringing with her the promise of renewal. To the Greeks, Zalmoxis was not just a god of the Dacians, he was a part of the larger conversation about life, death, and the nature of existence. As they spoke of Zalmoxis, the Greeks began to weave him into their own mythological narratives. They compared him to figures such as Orpheus, the legendary musician who journeyed to the underworld in search of his beloved Eurydice. Like Orpheus, Zalmoxis embodied the idea of a hero facing the unknown, battling the shadows of death to achieve a greater understanding of life. This parallel allowed the Greeks to honor Zalmoxis while also integrating him into their own stories, creating a rich tapestry of shared beliefs. The Romans, too, were captivated by Zalmoxis. Known for their practical approach to religion, they recognized the power of this god among the Dacians and sought to understand his significance. As the Roman Empire expanded, so did its encounters with diverse cultures. They were struck by the reverence that the Dacians held for Zalmoxis, and in their interactions, they found a deep well of wisdom that echoed their own beliefs. The Romans were no strangers to the concept of gods who transcended the mortal realm. They, too, believed in deities that governed life, death, and the afterlife. In their quest for understanding, the Romans adopted Zalmoxis into their own pantheon. They saw him as a divine figure who embodied virtues that aligned with their own values. Zalmoxis became associated with the Roman ideals of strength, honor, and the pursuit of knowledge. In their eyes, he was a champion of the people, a god who stood for justice and the dignity of life. As stories of his deeds spread, the Romans found themselves inspired by his legacy, drawing upon his teachings to reinforce their own social and moral codes. The integration of Zalmoxis into Roman and Hellenistic thought was not without its challenges. As these cultures encountered the beliefs of the Dacians, they sought to make sense of a god whose origins were rooted in a world vastly different from their own. Yet, rather than dismissing Zalmoxis as foreign, they embraced the complexity of his character. They recognized that his teachings had the power to transcend cultural boundaries, reaching into the hearts of those who longed for meaning and connection. In the marketplace of ideas that flourished in the ancient world, the image of Zalmoxis began to take on new forms. He was no longer just a Dacian god, he became a symbol of resilience and hope for all who faced the uncertainties of life. His message of immortality resonated with those seeking solace in the face of death. The stories of his wisdom and power echoed through the halls of temples, becoming part of the daily lives of those who prayed for guidance and strength. Art and literature flourished in this vibrant cultural exchange. Sculptors and painters depicted Zalmoxis alongside other deities, capturing his essence in their work. Poets sung of his bravery, telling tales of warriors who sought his blessing before battle. These representations served to deepen the connection between Zalmoxis and the hearts of those who admired him, solidifying his place in the shared mythology of the region. The Greeks and Romans, in turn, found comfort in the universality of his story, knowing that they, too, faced the same trials and tribulations that Zalmoxis represented. As the centuries passed, Zalmoxis became a symbol of the enduring human spirit, a reminder that the search for meaning is a journey shared by all. His teachings, rooted in the beliefs of the Dacians, were embraced by cultures that sought to understand the mysteries of existence. The Romans and Greeks found in him not just a god, but a mirror reflecting their own hopes and fears. In their reverence for Zalmoxis, they discovered a sense of unity in the human experience, a thread that connected them to the ancient past and to one another. In the quiet moments of reflection, as the sun set over the hills of Thrace and the stars emerged to dance in the night sky, the spirit of Zalmoxis lived on. The stories of his wisdom continue to inspire, reminding generations of the power of faith and the promise of eternal life. He became more than a distant figure in the shadows of history. He was a part of the collective soul of those who believed in something greater than themselves. Zalmoxis stood as a testament to the strength of belief, weaving together the hearts of the Dacians, Greeks, and Romans. His legacy was a gift, a shared understanding that life is a journey, one that transcends the boundaries of time and space. In the embrace of his teachings, the world found a profound connection, an acknowledgement that in the face of mortality, the spirit can rise, eternally seeking the light of understanding and love. The sound of marching feet echoed through the valleys of Dacia as the mighty Roman legions arrived, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. The air was thick with tension, a palpable mix of fear and hope. Dacia, a land rich in culture and tradition, was about to face a change that would ripple through its history. In this land, where the worship of Zalmoxis had shaped the lives of its people, the arrival of the Romans brought uncertainty, and with it, the promise of transformation. As the Romans set up camp, they encountered a people whose beliefs were woven deeply into their identity. Zalmoxis was not just a god to the Dacians, he was the very essence of their spirit, a symbol of immortality and the promise of life beyond the grave. The Dacians gathered in sacred groves and atop the holy mountain, Kogaenon, offering prayers and sacrifices to their revered deity, seeking strength to face the looming threat. They sang songs of valor, their voices rising to the heavens, calling on Zalmoxis for guidance and protection. The Roman conquest was swift and fierce, but it was not merely a battle of swords and shields. It was a clash of cultures, beliefs, and ways of life. As the Romans established their control, they began to integrate their own customs and traditions into the fabric of Dacian society. The legions, driven by their own beliefs in gods and power, sought to assert their dominance. They built roads, towns, and temples, transforming the landscape and leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of the Dacians. In the midst of this upheaval, the worship of Zalmoxis faced its greatest challenge. The Romans, with their pantheon of deities, found it difficult to understand the Dacian connection to Zalmoxis. To them, he was an unknown entity, a god of a people they had conquered. Yet, even as they imposed their beliefs, they could not ignore the reverence the Dacians had for Zalmoxis. The Romans witnessed the power of this god, how he inspired loyalty and courage in the hearts of his followers. Dacians, fueled by their connection to Zalmoxis, fought fiercely against the Roman invaders. Tales of warriors invoking the name of their god before battle spread like wildfire, igniting the spirit of resistance among the people. Each clash of swords was not just a fight for territory, it was a battle for their very soul. The Dacians believed that as long as Zalmoxis was by their side, they could face any foe, even the might of Rome. Yet, the tides of history were relentless. As the Romans tightened their grip, the very essence of Zalmoxis began to shift. The once clear line between the Dacian way of life and Roman influence started to blur. In the bustling new towns built by the Romans, the worship of Zalmoxis faced challenges it had never encountered before. Temples dedicated to Roman gods rose beside those of Zalmoxis, and the sacred rites began to intertwine. The people found themselves navigating a world where the old traditions coexisted with the new. For many Dacians, the worship of Zalmoxis took on a different form. They began to adapt their practices, blending the old with the new, seeking a way to honor their god while embracing the inevitable changes around them. In the quiet corners of Roman towns, rituals dedicated to Zalmoxis continued, even if they were not as grand as they once were. The Dacians held onto their beliefs, whispering prayers in secret, lighting candles in hidden places, clinging to the hope that their god still watched over them. The Romans, recognizing the resilience of the Dacians, gradually began to incorporate Zalmoxis into their own understanding of spirituality. They saw the strength that came from the Dacians' faith and the unity it fostered among them. While the Romans initially sought to dominate, they began to appreciate the depth of Dacian culture. In temples dedicated to their own gods, they included altars for Zalmoxis, a nod to the enduring spirit of the Dacian people. This blending of traditions created a new, unique religious landscape where both gods could coexist, albeit with an unsteady balance. As the years turned into decades, the Zalmoxis cult endured, adapting to the changing times. His message of immortality and hope continued to resonate, especially among those who felt the weight of loss. The Dacians who had suffered under Roman rule found solace in the belief that their souls would find peace and eternity in the presence of Zalmoxis. His teachings of courage in the face of death provided comfort to warriors who returned from battle, scarred but alive, and to families mourning their losses. Yet, as the Roman influence deepened, the power of the Zalmoxis cult began to wane. The rituals that once brought the community together became less frequent, overshadowed by the grand ceremonies dedicated to Roman gods. The vibrant songs of praise for Zalmoxis faded into whispers as the old ways were slowly forgotten. The young Dacians, caught in the tide of change, started to adopt Roman customs, leaving behind the rich tapestry of their ancestors' beliefs. Through it all, the legacy of Zalmoxis endured in the hearts of those who remembered. The elders spoke of their god, recounting stories of bravery and resilience. The tales of Zalmoxis inspired a sense of pride in their heritage, reminding the Dacians of who they were before the conquest. Even in the shadows of Roman temples, the spirit of Zalmoxis lingered, a silent witness to the struggles and triumphs of a people striving to find their place in a rapidly changing world. The impact of Roman colonization on the Zalmoxis cult was profound and multifaceted. It was a story of loss and adaptation, of hope and resilience. Zalmoxis became a symbol not just of immortality, but of the enduring human spirit that refused to be extinguished, even in the face of overwhelming change. As the Romans left their mark on Dacia, the essence of Zalmoxis continued to flicker like a candle in the darkness, a beacon for those who dared to remember their roots and honor the legacy of their past. In the quiet hills of Dacia, where the echoes of ancient rituals once rang loud and clear, a profound silence began to settle. The spirit of Zalmoxis, the revered god of the Dacians, was facing its greatest challenge. As the Roman legions marched through the land, conquering hearts and territories, the vibrant cult dedicated to Zalmoxis found itself at a crossroads. What once was a sanctuary of strength and faith now stood vulnerable to the winds of change. The cult of Zalmoxis was built on the deep-seated beliefs of immortality and connection to the divine. The Dacians, fierce warriors and devoted followers, saw Zalmoxis as the gatekeeper to the afterlife, a promise that death was not the end, but a passage to something greater. In sacred groves and on the heights of Kogayanon, the mountain believed to be Zalmoxis' residence, the Dacians gathered for rituals filled with emotion, their hearts beating in time with the drums of their ancestors. They sang songs that carried the weight of their history, invoking the power of their god to bless them with strength and unity. But as the Romans took hold of Dacia, a new rhythm began to dominate the landscape. The clang of Roman swords and the disciplined march of soldiers replaced the songs of the Dacians. The Romans, with their own pantheon of gods, brought a wave of cultural change that was both overwhelming and transformative. The Dacians, who had once stood proud in their beliefs, now found themselves caught between their devotion to Zalmoxis and the new order imposed by their conquerors. In the beginning, many Dacians fought to preserve their traditions. They clung tightly to the teachings of Zalmoxis, continuing their rituals in secret, hoping to keep the flame of their faith alive. They would gather under the cover of night, lighting candles that flickered like stars in the dark. Their whispered prayers were filled with longing and desperation, a yearning for the days when Zalmoxis was their guiding light. They sought comfort in the belief that their god was watching, that he would protect them even as the world around them shifted. However, the grip of Roman influence tightened with each passing year. As new towns sprang up and Roman culture infiltrated Dacian life, the traditional practices began to wane. Temples dedicated to Roman gods were erected, towering over the humble shrines of Zalmoxis. The once vibrant rituals were overshadowed by grand ceremonies that celebrated Roman victories and honored their deities. Slowly, the songs of Zalmoxis faded into memory, replaced by chants that echoed the power of Roman gods. The young Dacians, who had once been the heart of the cult, began to drift away from the teachings of their ancestors. They were drawn to the glittering allure of Roman life, the luxuries, the order, and the promise of prosperity. They found themselves at a crossroads, caught in a cultural whirlwind that offered them a new identity, one that was at odds with the teachings of Zalmoxis. With heavy hearts, the elders watched as the younger generation turned their backs on the traditions that had defined their people for centuries. In the midst of this transformation, the belief in Zalmoxis began to evolve. Some Dacians sought to reconcile their faith with the new realities around them, attempting to blend their ancient rituals with Roman customs. They created hybrid practices that paid homage to both Zalmoxis and the Roman gods. While this adaptation allowed for a continuation of some rituals, it also diluted the essence of what Zalmoxis represented. The powerful connection between the Dacians and their god weakened, like a fire struggling to stay alive in the wind. The decline of the cult reached a poignant moment during the festivals that once celebrated Zalmoxis with fervor. These gatherings, once filled with joy and unity, now felt hollow. The elders, whose hearts still burned with the passion of their ancestors, stood at the fringes, observing as the younger generations chose to celebrate the Roman deities instead. The laughter and camaraderie that had once filled the air were replaced by the distant sounds of Roman celebrations. The loss was palpable. It was not just the rituals that were fading, but a part of their identity as well. Amidst the transformation, tales of Zalmoxis began to be reshaped, often altered to fit the narratives of the Roman conquerors. The Dacians who once shared stories of bravery and connection to their god found their legends entwined with Roman myths. Zalmoxis, the embodiment of their culture, became a footnote in the broader narrative of conquest. The very essence of what it meant to be a Dacian was slowly eroded, and the echoes of Zalmoxis became a distant whisper. Despite the overwhelming tide of change, small pockets of devotion remained. Some individuals, driven by love and reverence for their god, continued to honor Zalmoxis in secret. They held on to the belief that one day, the spirit of Zalmoxis would rise again, rekindling the flames of hope in their hearts. But as the years turned into generations, that hope began to wane, and the weight of history pressed down harder. As the Roman Empire solidified its hold over Dacia, the vibrant tapestry of Zalmoxis' cult unraveled further. The teachings of immortality, once a source of strength and comfort, became mere memories, fading into the background of a world that no longer recognized their significance. The gods of Rome overshadowed the sacred connections the Dacians had to their land and ancestors. The transition was not just one of power, it was a heartbreak that echoed through the valleys and hills, where the whispers of Zalmoxis once carried hope and strength. With the passage of time, the once strong cult of Zalmoxis found itself nearly forgotten, its rituals reduced to mere remnants of a glorious past. The flame that had once burned brightly was now a flicker, a shadow of what it used to be. The legacy of Zalmoxis, the promise of immortality, and the strength of the Dacians lay dormant beneath layers of Roman influence, waiting for a moment to be awakened. In the end, the decline of the cult of Zalmoxis was a heart-wrenching saga of loss and adaptation. It was a testament to the resilience of a people facing overwhelming change, yet also a poignant reminder of how easily the threads of tradition can unravel. The spirit of Zalmoxis may have dimmed, but the heart of the Dacian people, filled with love and longing, remained, carrying the echoes of their past into an uncertain future. In the heart of Dacia, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, a fierce battle of beliefs unfolded. The ancient teachings of Zalmoxis, the god who once promised immortality and unity to the Dacians, began to clash with the emerging doctrines of Christianity. The air was thick with tension and uncertainty, and in this turbulent atmosphere, faith and identity hung delicately in the balance. As Christian missionaries arrived in Dacia, they brought with them a new message, a promise of salvation that stirred the hearts of many. The tales of Jesus, filled with compassion and love, resonated with those who longed for hope in an ever-changing world. Yet, amidst this wave of change, the figure of Zalmoxis lingered, a haunting reminder of the past that refused to be silenced. The followers of Zalmoxis felt the stirrings of doubt. Would they abandon the god who had been their protector for generations? In dimly lit gatherings, Dacians huddled together, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and fear. They spoke of Zalmoxis, sharing stories of his power and the deep connection he offered to their ancestors. The legends echoed with promises of life beyond death, a reassuring warmth in a time of turmoil. But with the arrival of Christian teachings, those familiar stories began to be scrutinized. Zalmoxis was not just a god, he had become a point of contention, a topic of theological debate that stirred passionate discussions among scholars and believers alike. Some Christians viewed Zalmoxis as a formidable rival, a god of darkness standing against the light of Christ. They painted him as a myth, a mere shadow of the true God, who embodied love and sacrifice. They sought to undermine his significance, arguing that the Dacians' faith in Zalmoxis was misguided and ultimately futile. These debates rang loud, filling the air with sharp words and heated emotions, leaving many followers of Zalmoxis feeling as though their beliefs were being unjustly attacked. But there were those among the Christians who understood the deep connection that the Dacians felt towards Zalmoxis. They recognized that the teachings of Christ could coexist with the essence of Zalmoxis. They saw the beauty in the Dacian faith, the hope that lay in the promise of immortality, and sought to bridge the gap between the two beliefs. In this gentle embrace, they found common ground, emphasizing the themes of resurrection and eternal life that both Zalmoxis and Christ offered. In secret, many Dacians began to grapple with their own faith, wrestling with the stories they had always held dear. They pondered the teachings of Jesus, trying to find meaning in a world that seemed to be shifting beneath their feet. Would it be possible to honor Zalmoxis while also embracing this new message? The heartache of this inner conflict weighed heavily on them, as they feared losing their cultural identity and the rich tapestry of their past. The debates intensified, and voices rose higher. The Dacians who clung tightly to the traditions of Zalmoxis felt the pressure of the world outside their sacred circles. They stood firm, proud of their heritage, yet their hearts ached with uncertainty. As they gathered to share stories of Zalmoxis, tears often flowed, not just for the fear of losing their god, but for the fear of losing their very selves. Each story shared became a lifeline, a reminder of the strength that had defined their people for centuries. Yet, the winds of change blew strong. The conversion of key leaders within the Dacian community began to alter the landscape. As influential figures embraced Christianity, they encouraged others to follow suit. The promise of a united front, of a stronger community under the teachings of Christ, pulled many away from the teachings of Zalmoxis. The growing fear of retribution from Roman authorities also fueled this shift, as the Dacians sought safety and stability in an uncertain world. In the midst of these transformations, the voice of Zalmoxis grew softer, almost a whisper carried away by the winds of change. The once vibrant stories began to fade into the background, replaced by sermons that spoke of love and redemption. Those who had once gathered to honor their God now found themselves in churches, grappling with unfamiliar rituals. The old ways felt like a distant memory, like a fading dream, and the connection to Zalmoxis began to feel tenuous. But even as Zalmoxis faded, the legacy of his teachings lingered in the hearts of the Dacians. They held onto the idea of life beyond death, a hope that had been woven into their very being. In the quiet moments, when they gathered to remember their past, the essence of Zalmoxis still flickered like a candle in the dark. The emotional weight of that loss was palpable. It was as if they were watching a beloved family member slip away, knowing that their presence would forever be missed. In time, the name of Zalmoxis became intertwined with the narratives of Christianity. Some saw this as a betrayal, while others found solace in the blending of beliefs. The stories of Zalmoxis were reframed, softened to fit within the framework of Christian teachings. Yet, the heartache remained, a reminder of what had been lost. The powerful promise of immortality that Zalmoxis had offered began to feel overshadowed by the strict doctrines of the new faith. Through it all, the Dacians remained resilient. They carried the weight of their history with them, even as they navigated the turbulent waters of faith and belief. The teachings of Zalmoxis, once a source of pride and strength, became a gentle whisper, urging them to remember their roots, their culture, and the deep connections that had once united them. In their hearts, the spirit of Zalmoxis would never truly fade. It would remain a part of them, echoing in their souls as they forged ahead into an uncertain future. In the shadows of the burgeoning Christian faith, the essence of Zalmoxis lingered, a testament to the deep and complex tapestry of belief that defined the Dacians. The emotional turmoil of those who loved their God was palpable, and the stories of Zalmoxis continued to resonate, even as they were reshaped by the hands of time. The heart of a people was in constant motion, seeking to honor the past while navigating the challenges of a new era. And as they did, the spirit of Zalmoxis lived on, quietly guiding them through the shifting tides of faith and identity. In a quiet valley, far from the bustling noise of modern life, something ancient was waiting to be found. As archaeologists carefully unearthed layers of soil and time, they stumbled upon remnants of a world that once thrived under the watchful gaze of Zalmoxis. Each artifact, each fragment of pottery, and each stone whispered stories of a rich history that intertwined faith, culture, and the everyday lives of the Dacian people. These discoveries were more than just objects, they were pieces of a larger puzzle, holding the memories of those who had once worshipped in his name. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation as workers brushed away dirt from the first significant find, a temple dedicated to Zalmoxis. Standing tall and proud, its stones seemed to pulse with energy, as if they remembered the prayers and sacrifices that had taken place within its sacred walls. This wasn't just any building, it was a sanctuary where the Dacians connected with their god, a place where hope and fear mingled in the flickering light of candles. As they carefully mapped out the site, each stone felt like a heartbeat of a long-lost civilization, echoing the desires and dreams of those who had once gathered there. Among the artifacts uncovered, one of the most striking was a beautifully crafted statue of Zalmoxis himself. Made from gleaming bronze, it captured the essence of a deity who embodied strength and wisdom. The statue's features were remarkably expressive, with a serene smile that seemed to promise eternal life and protection. Holding it in their hands, archaeologists could almost feel the weight of faith that had surrounded it for centuries. It was as if the spirit of Zalmoxis still lingered, urging them to remember the devotion that had been poured into its creation. Nearby, they unearthed ceremonial tools that had once been used in rituals. Each item told its own story. Elaborate bowls, adorned with intricate designs, had been crafted to hold offerings. They were stained with remnants of wine and grains, symbols of sacrifice and reverence. Each mark, each wear on these tools, spoke of countless gatherings where the Dacians shared in the celebration of life and the promises of their god. It was hard not to imagine the laughter and joy that filled the air, or the solemn moments when prayers were whispered, seeking guidance and strength. Among the everyday objects found were pottery shards that showcased the artistry of the Dacians. Each piece was a canvas, painted with vibrant colors and patterns that reflected their beliefs and values. They were not merely functional, they carried the stories of families, of meals shared around the fire, and of traditions passed down through generations. Holding these fragments, it was easy to feel a connection to those who had lived and loved in a world so different, yet so similar, to our own. As the team dug deeper, they uncovered burial sites that revealed more about the beliefs surrounding Zalmoxis. The graves were adorned with offerings, a testament to the faith the Dacians had in their god. Jewelry, weapons, and food were laid to rest alongside the deceased, gifts for the journey to the afterlife. It was a touching reminder that death was not an end but a transition, a belief deeply rooted in the teachings of Zalmoxis. The archaeologists felt the weight of this revelation, understanding that these ancient rituals were expressions of love and hope for the souls of their ancestors. The excitement among the team was palpable as they realized the importance of their findings. This wasn't just a glimpse into the past, it was a heartwarming connection to the values that had shaped the Dacian society. The evidence of their devotion to Zalmoxis revealed a culture rich in spirituality, one that found strength in unity and hope in the promise of immortality. As they meticulously documented each discovery, they felt the presence of those who had come before, their spirits woven into the very fabric of the land. But amid the excitement, a sense of sadness crept in. Each discovery was a reminder of the fragility of time. The temple, once a vibrant center of worship, had fallen silent. The laughter that once echoed in the halls had been replaced by the whispers of the wind. The hearts that once gathered in devotion had long since passed. The realization that these beautiful expressions of faith and culture could fade into memory was a heavy burden. Yet, in the midst of this sorrow, there was also hope, the hope that these finds would honor the legacy of Zalmoxis and the people who had held him dear. As they worked to preserve the site, the team was fueled by the desire to share the stories of the Dacians with the world. They envisioned the day when these artifacts would be displayed in museums, where people could stand before them and feel the weight of history. They imagined families visiting, children gazing in awe at the beauty of the bronze statue, and elderly visitors reflecting on their own connections to the past. It was a dream that filled their hearts with warmth, a hope that the spirit of Zalmoxis would continue to inspire future generations. With each artifact that came to light, the archaeologists felt a growing responsibility. They were not just uncovering history, they were custodians of a sacred legacy. They wanted to honor the Dacians' beliefs and bring their stories back to life. Each piece was a reminder of the rich tapestry of humanity, a testament to the power of faith, love, and the desire for connection. As they carefully wrapped the artifacts, they offered silent prayers of gratitude for the opportunity to bear witness to a story that deserved to be told. In the end, the archaeological finds linked to Zalmoxis were not just remnants of a bygone era. They were echoes of a vibrant culture, a testament to the power of belief that transcends time. As the team prepared to leave the site, they felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey they had undertaken. They had unearthed more than just artifacts. They had rediscovered the heart of a people who had once thrived in devotion to their god, Zalmoxis, whose spirit would continue to resonate through the ages. In the heart of the Carpathian Mountains, where the earth rises and falls like the waves of an ancient sea, stood a fortress that breathed with the spirit of the Dacians. Sarmazejatusa, a name that still echoes through time, was more than just stone walls. It was a sacred site where the divine and the earthly intertwined. The fortifications rose majestically against the backdrop of the sky, their rugged stones telling tales of bravery, belief, and the unwavering devotion of a people who held Zalmoxis close to their hearts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape, the Dacians gathered in the temple at Sarmazejatusa. It was here that they felt the pulse of their god. The air was thick with anticipation, filled with whispers of prayers and the soft rustling of leaves. This was a place of connection, a bridge between mortals and the divine. The flames of sacred fires flickered as they illuminated the faces of the faithful, their eyes reflecting hope and longing for guidance. The temple was not just a structure, it was a sanctuary. Within its walls, the Dacians found solace from the struggles of life. They came seeking answers, yearning for the wisdom of Zalmoxis, the god who promised immortality and strength. Here, they offered their prayers, pouring their hearts out to the heavens. The flickering flames danced as if in response, reminding them that their voices were heard, that they were not alone in their journeys. The fortresses were also strategic strongholds, built to protect the Dacian way of life. But within those strong walls, spirituality flourished. Each stone seemed to resonate with the weight of sacred rituals and ceremonies. The priests, adorned in ceremonial robes, led the worshippers in chants that reverberated through the air, a symphony of devotion that echoed against the fortress walls. The sound carried on the winds, as if the very mountains were listening, as if Zalmoxis himself was present, wrapped in the mist of the morning. Sarmazejatusa was a hub of community, where warriors and families came together to celebrate life and honor their god. Festivals were held under the open sky, where laughter and music intertwined with prayers and offerings. The people danced in circles, their hearts united in joy and reverence. They believed that Zalmoxis walked among them during these celebrations, blessing them with his presence. The fortresses held the weight of their history, but they also radiated the warmth of love and camaraderie that flourished within their walls. As dusk fell, the Dacians gathered for the evening rituals. The scent of burning incense filled the air, creating an atmosphere of sacredness. The priests, with their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, spoke of Zalmoxis, weaving tales of bravery, wisdom, and the promise of life beyond death. The people listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with pride and hope. In these moments, the fortress transformed into a living testament to their faith, a sanctuary where the struggles of the world faded away. The stronghold also served as a refuge during times of conflict. When the enemy approached, the Dacians stood firm, drawing strength from their belief in Zalmoxis. They knew that their God was with them, watching over their families and their land. The walls of Sarmazejatusa became a shield, protecting not just their bodies, but their spirits as well. The warriors, fueled by their faith, fought valiantly, knowing that the light of Zalmoxis shone brightly within them. The relationship between the fortress and Zalmoxis was deeply intertwined. The very stones of Sarmazejatusa had absorbed the prayers, the sacrifices, and the dreams of those who had walked its paths. It became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that faith could withstand even the fiercest storms. As generations passed, the Dacians continued to honor the traditions, passing down stories of their god and the sacred site. Each new child was welcomed with hopes of carrying on the legacy of Zalmoxis, further entwining their lives with the spirit of the fortress. As time went on, the fortress became a historical anchor, holding the memories of triumph and sorrow. In the stillness of the night, one could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, the echoes of their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. The fortresses stood as silent witnesses to the sacrifices made for love and faith. Each corner, each stone, told a story that longed to be heard, a testament to the enduring power of belief. In the face of change, the Dacians clung to their spirituality, nurturing the flame of their faith. Though empires rose and fell, the essence of Zalmoxis remained etched in their hearts. The fortresses served as reminders of the strength that lay within unity and belief. The Dacians knew that as long as they stood together, as long as they honored their god, their spirits would remain unbroken, even in the face of adversity. Standing atop the fortress walls, one could gaze out over the land, the valleys and hills stretching out like a quilt of memories. The air was filled with the promise of dawn, a new beginning that would forever carry the essence of Zalmoxis. The connection between the Dacians and their god was unshakable, a bond that transcended time and space. Sarmazejatusa was not just a fortress, it was a sanctuary of hope, a place where faith thrived, and love conquered all. As the stars twinkled overhead, the Dacians continued to gather, united in spirit. They held hands, creating a circle that symbolized their unwavering devotion. With hearts full of gratitude, they offered their prayers to Zalmoxis, thanking him for the strength he had given them, for the community they had built, and for the enduring legacy of love that flowed through their lives. In that moment, under the vast sky, they knew that they were never alone, for Zalmoxis walked beside them, forever woven into the fabric of their existence. The cold stone of ancient tombs whispered stories of lives lived and lost, stories of belief that transcended death itself. In the quiet recesses of burial chambers, the presence of Zalmoxis lingered. For the Dacians, death was not the end, it was the beginning of a new journey, a journey into the arms of their beloved god. The tombs and funerary art that adorned these final resting places were not mere symbols of mourning. They were expressions of hope, of a faith so deep that it reached beyond the grave. As the sun set, casting its soft glow over the burial sites scattered across the rugged landscape, the earth seemed to cradle the dead in a tender embrace. The Dacians believed that Zalmoxis would guide the souls of the departed to a place where pain no longer existed, where joy awaited them in the afterlife. This belief shaped the way they honored their loved ones, their tombs becoming sacred spaces that spoke of reverence, love, and an unbreakable connection to the divine. The tombs themselves were crafted with care, each one unique, yet unified by a common thread, the promise of eternity with Zalmoxis. As one approached these ancient graves, the intricate carvings on stone would catch the eye, depicting scenes not of sorrow, but of transcendence. Warriors, priests, and even common people were shown standing tall, with eyes lifted toward the sky, as if ready to step into the realm of immortality. The figures were strong, defiant against the finality of death, their expressions filled with peace. The Dacians did not view death as something to fear, for Zalmoxis had assured them of life beyond this world. Their funerary art was an extension of this belief, with symbols etched into stone that reminded all who visited that life continued on a higher plane. The spirals, circles, and patterns carved into the tombs were not just decorative, they represented the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a cycle that Zalmoxis governed with gentle hands. Inside the tombs, offerings were placed beside the deceased, tokens of love and respect, but also tools for the journey ahead. Weapons, pottery, and coins lay near the bodies, reminders that their souls would need these things in the afterlife. The care with which these items were placed spoke volumes about the Dacians' trust in Zalmoxis, their god who promised that death was but a doorway to a new existence. As night fell, the flicker of torchlight cast shadows on the stone walls of the tombs. The shadows danced in patterns that seemed almost alive, a reflection of the spirits now free from their earthly bounds. In the stillness of the night, one could almost feel the presence of the departed, their souls journeying to a place of eternal peace. The air around the tombs felt sacred, thick with the knowledge that Zalmoxis was watching over his people, both the living and the dead. The graves of the Dacian warriors were especially moving. These were not just burial sites for men who had fallen in battle, they were monuments to their bravery, their unwavering faith in Zalmoxis, and their belief that death was not defeat. Their tombs were adorned with shields, swords, and helmets, symbols of the lives they had led and the battles they had fought. Yet, despite the warlike imagery, there was an undeniable sense of calm. The warriors were at peace, their souls having been welcomed into the arms of Zalmoxis, where they would live forever. The burial sites of priests and spiritual leaders were equally profound. These were the men who had served as the bridge between the mortal world and the divine. Their tombs reflected their sacred role, with carvings of rituals, prayers, and offerings that had once been made in the name of Zalmoxis. Their faces, carved into the stone, looked serene, as if they had already glimpsed the afterlife and knew the beauty that awaited them. Among the most touching aspects of the funerary art was the inclusion of family. In many tombs, one could see depictions of loved ones standing beside the deceased, hands gently resting on their shoulders, eyes filled with both sorrow and hope. These scenes were a testament to the unbreakable bonds of family, bonds that even death could not sever. The Dacians believed that families would be reunited in the afterlife, and their funerary art reflected this belief with tender, heartfelt imagery. As one wandered through these ancient burial grounds, it became clear that the Dacians' relationship with death was not one of fear, but of acceptance. The tombs were not just places of mourning, they were places of celebration, celebration of lives well lived, and of the promise of life beyond this world. The funerary art spoke to the strength of the human spirit, a spirit that could never be truly extinguished, for it would live on with Zalmoxis. The offerings left at the tombs were not just for the deceased, but also for Zalmoxis himself. The Dacians believed that their god watched over the graves, guiding the souls of the dead and blessing those who remained behind. The flowers, food, and trinkets left at the burial sites were tokens of gratitude, a way of thanking Zalmoxis for his protection and his promise of eternal life. In the quiet of the burial sites, where time seemed to stand still, one could feel the weight of centuries of devotion. The air was thick with emotion, with love, loss, and faith all intertwined. The Dacians had lived their lives with the knowledge that death was not the end, and their tombs reflected this belief in every carved stone, every offering, every whispered prayer. In the end, the tombs and funerary art of the Dacians were not just monuments to the dead. They were expressions of life, life that continued beyond the grave, life that was touched by the hand of Zalmoxis, a god who had promised his people that death was merely a passage to a new and beautiful existence. As one stood among the ancient stones, surrounded by the echoes of lives long past, there was a sense of peace, a sense of knowing that even in death, the Dacians had found a way to live forever. In the quiet corners of libraries and the hushed tones of lecture halls, the name Zalmoxis resonates like a powerful echo from the past. Scholars today, driven by an insatiable curiosity about ancient beliefs and cultures, find themselves drawn to the mysterious figure of Zalmoxis, the Dacian god who has captured hearts and minds for centuries. The allure of this ancient deity lies not only in the tales of his power and wisdom, but also in the profound ways his teachings continue to influence modern thought and spirituality. As researchers sift through dusty manuscripts and archaeological reports, they unearth fragments of a rich tapestry woven from faith, philosophy, and the human experience. Zalmoxis, often portrayed as a god of the afterlife, emerges from the shadows of history, standing as a beacon of hope and resilience for the Dacians. The excitement of discovery fills the air as these scholars grapple with the profound implications of Zalmoxis' existence, examining how his legacy has shaped our understanding of spirituality and the human connection to the divine. In the 20th century, Zalmoxis was often seen through the lens of comparison with other ancient religions. Scholars began to recognize the similarities between his teachings and those of gods from different cultures. They pointed out that like Osiris in Egypt and Mithras in Persia, Zalmoxis also promised his followers a chance at eternal life, creating a sense of continuity between different belief systems. This perspective sparked debates and discussions about the universality of certain spiritual concepts, making people wonder if the longing for immortality is a shared thread woven through the fabric of humanity. The exploration of Zalmoxis's influence on Dacian culture has led to heartwarming discoveries about the community's values and beliefs. Researchers paint a picture of a society that revered the divine and found strength in the promise of life after death. By studying ancient texts, inscriptions, and burial practices, scholars reveal the emotional depth of Dacian spirituality. They highlight how the teachings of Zalmoxis instilled a sense of courage and camaraderie among the warriors, urging them to face their fears and embrace the idea that death was merely a transition rather than an end. This understanding evokes goosebumps, reminding us of our own struggles and the universal quest for meaning in our lives. As the 21st century dawned, the interest in Zalmoxis surged once more, spurred on by a growing fascination with ancient wisdom and spirituality. Scholars began to approach Zalmoxis not only as a historical figure, but as a symbol of resilience and the search for identity. In an age where modern life often feels fragmented and overwhelming, the teachings attributed to Zalmoxis offered a comforting reminder that our ancestors sought connection with the divine, just as we do today. The idea that Zalmoxis represented more than just a god of the Dacians gained traction. Researchers began to theorize that he embodied the deep human need for understanding and belonging. By examining the rituals and festivals dedicated to him, scholars uncovered the emotional undercurrents that flowed through these practices. They described how the Dacians gathered in celebration, their voices raised in song, their spirits intertwined in a shared belief in Zalmoxis's guiding hand. The image of families coming together, holding hands, and sharing stories about their loved ones who had passed on brings tears to the eyes, illustrating the lasting impact of Zalmoxis on their lives. In modern interpretations, Zalmoxis has also found a place in discussions about personal growth and self-discovery. Scholars and spiritual leaders alike draw inspiration from his teachings, encouraging individuals to confront their fears, embrace their vulnerabilities, and seek a deeper connection to themselves and the world around them. The exploration of Zalmoxis's message has ignited a spark of hope, reminding people that they are not alone in their struggles and that the journey towards self-awareness is as sacred as any ancient ritual. The resurgence of interest in Zalmoxis has also been fueled by a renewed appreciation for indigenous cultures and their beliefs. In an increasingly globalized world, the Dacians and their god represent a rich heritage that deserves to be honored and remembered. Scholars today highlight the importance of preserving these ancient narratives, emphasizing that they hold wisdom that can guide us in navigating the complexities of modern life. The stories of Zalmoxis remind us of the power of belief and the strength found in community, urging us to forge connections with one another and the world around us. As scholars continue to study Zalmoxis, they invite others to join in the exploration of this ancient deity's relevance. The emotional resonance of Zalmoxis's teachings touches hearts, transcending time and cultural boundaries. Each discovery, each scholarly debate, ignites a flicker of hope and understanding, encouraging people to reflect on their own beliefs and the legacies they wish to leave behind. In this modern examination of Zalmoxis, we witness a beautiful intertwining of past and present. The teachings of this ancient god remain alive in the hearts of those who seek wisdom and guidance. The passion of scholars shines through their work as they breathe life into the stories of the Dacians, ensuring that Zalmoxis is not merely a relic of history, but a living embodiment of hope, resilience, and the eternal quest for connection to the divine. The exploration of Zalmoxis in the 20th and 21st centuries serves as a poignant reminder that our search for meaning and understanding is a timeless journey, one that connects us to our ancestors and to each other. The emotional weight of this quest resonates deeply, echoing the age-old human experience of love, loss, and the longing for something greater than ourselves. As we reflect on the legacy of Zalmoxis, we are reminded that in our hearts, we all seek the same truths that the Dacians held dear: faith, connection, and the hope of eternal life. The debate surrounding Zalmoxis is like a passionate dance between history and myth, where every step forward seems to pull the heartstrings of those captivated by his story. Was Zalmoxis a real person who walked among the Dacians, or was he merely a figment of collective imagination, a deity conjured from the whispers of time? This question lingers in the air, heavy with the weight of ancient beliefs and modern interpretations. Scholars and enthusiasts alike have poured their hearts into this inquiry, seeking to unravel the truth behind this enigmatic figure who has captured the fascination of so many. Some scholars argue fervently that Zalmoxis was indeed a historical figure. They point to the tales passed down through generations, emphasizing the depth of the belief that the Dacians held in him. To the Dacians, Zalmoxis was not just a god, he was the embodiment of hope, courage, and an unyielding connection to the afterlife. Imagine a Dacian warrior, face painted for battle, heart racing, knowing that the spirit of Zalmoxis was with him. This connection was not simply myth, it was a living, breathing aspect of their reality. For these scholars, Zalmoxis was a leader, a teacher, someone whose teachings instilled bravery and unity among the Dacian tribes. On the other hand, skeptics remind us of the fragility of ancient records. They caution against romanticizing the past, suggesting that Zalmoxis may have emerged from the rich tapestry of Dacian mythology, created to give meaning to life and death. The allure of Zalmoxis as a god of the underworld, promising eternal life, resonates deeply with our human fears and desires. Was he a person who once lived, or was he the spirit of the collective hopes and fears of the Dacians? This debate stirs emotions, as the thought of losing a tangible connection to Zalmoxis brings a sense of melancholy. Amidst this debate, the story of Zalmoxis takes on a life of its own. The Dacians' reverence for him runs deep, and their rituals reflect a community bound by shared beliefs. In sacred spaces, they gathered to honor him, lighting fires and offering sacrifices. The intensity of their faith suggests that Zalmoxis represented something far greater than any single individual. His essence flowed through their lives, shaping their values and guiding their actions. The emotional weight of this connection can be felt, resonating with anyone who has ever sought guidance in their own lives. The heart of the debate lies in the human need for connection. Whether Zalmoxis was a historical figure or a mythical construct, he served a purpose in the lives of the Dacians. For the people, he was a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine, providing comfort in times of hardship and a promise of hope in the face of death. The longing for understanding, for something beyond ourselves, fuels the passion of those who seek to uncover the truth behind Zalmoxis. In their hearts, they want to believe that someone like him existed, that he walked among them and shared their struggles. As archaeologists sift through ancient sites, searching for traces of Zalmoxis, each discovery adds another layer to this intriguing story. Fragments of pottery, inscriptions, and ceremonial artifacts ignite the imagination. They suggest a world where Zalmoxis was not just an abstract idea but a significant part of Dacian life. Each find deepens the emotional connection we feel toward this ancient god, reminding us that the past is not merely a distant memory but a living testament to the human experience. Modern scholars continue to grapple with this complex issue, each adding their voices to the chorus of opinions. The theories evolve, reflecting the fluidity of our understanding of history and mythology. Some argue that Zalmoxis symbolizes the very essence of what it means to be human, the struggle for meaning, the search for connection, and the desire for something greater than ourselves. This perspective allows us to see Zalmoxis not just as a figure from the past, but as a reflection of our own journeys and aspirations. As the debate rages on, it stirs emotions that transcend time and culture. Whether Zalmoxis was a man or a myth, his story evokes feelings of hope, courage, and the desire for understanding. The discussions surrounding his existence encourage us to reflect on our beliefs and the figures we hold dear in our lives. In a world often filled with uncertainty, Zalmoxis serves as a reminder of the power of faith, the importance of community, and the shared human experience that binds us together. The journey of exploring Zalmoxis' existence invites us to confront our own beliefs and the legacies we create. Are the figures we idolize rooted in reality, or do they spring from the depths of our collective imagination? As we navigate this intricate web of history and myth, the emotions stirred by Zalmoxis resonate deeply, reminding us of our own yearnings and the timeless quest for meaning in our lives. Each perspective adds a unique thread to the rich tapestry of understanding that surrounds this ancient figure, enriching our appreciation for the complexities of belief and the human spirit. The stories we tell about our gods and heroes often reveal more about us than they do about them. Zalmoxis stands as a beacon of hope and strength among the deities of Europe, his influence resonating through time, connecting with tales and figures from different cultures that share his essence. His story weaves a powerful narrative about life, death, and the afterlife, much like other significant figures found across the continent. Think about how Zalmoxis embodies the timeless human struggle for understanding and meaning. In many ways, he mirrors the tales of other European deities. For instance, consider the Greek god Hades, ruler of the underworld. Both Zalmoxis and Hades carry profound connections to the afterlife, guiding souls through the realms beyond. Hades, often depicted with a solemn demeanor, reminds us of the inevitability of death, while Zalmoxis offers hope, promising life beyond the grave. Imagine the Dacian warrior standing tall, heart full of courage, knowing Zalmoxis would lead him to a world beyond, a place where honor and bravery were rewarded. As we reflect on the essence of Zalmoxis, we can also think about figures like Odin, the chief god in Norse mythology. Odin is often associated with wisdom, poetry, and war. Just as Zalmoxis is linked to the spiritual realm and the afterlife, Odin embodies the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Both deities highlight the balance between life and death, urging their followers to embrace their journeys with honor. The warriors of the Dacian tribes, inspired by Zalmoxis, share a kinship with Viking warriors who revered Odin. They both sought glory in battle, believing that their actions in life would lead to a place of honor in the afterlife. Even in Celtic mythology, we find echoes of Zalmoxis. The figure of Cernunnos, often associated with fertility, life, and the wild, brings to mind the deep connections between the earth and the spirit world. While Cernunnos represents nature and rebirth, Zalmoxis symbolizes the hope of a life beyond death. They both reflect the ancient belief that death is not an end but a transformation, a belief that was essential to the Dacians as they navigated their own lives. The bond between nature and spirituality found in both Zalmoxis and Cernunnos brings an emotional resonance to their stories, reminding us that our existence is deeply intertwined with the world around us. The stories of Zalmoxis also find parallels in the legends of other European heroes who faced death with courage. Think of King Arthur, whose legend embodies honor, bravery, and the quest for justice. Arthur's connection to the mystical, his journey through life and beyond, resonates with the Dacian belief in Zalmoxis. Both figures stand as symbols of strength and hope, representing the enduring power of heroism. Imagine a group of warriors gathered around a fire, sharing tales of their deeds. The tales of Zalmoxis and Arthur would evoke a sense of pride and unity, reminding them of their shared values and the eternal struggle for honor. The emotional depth of Zalmoxis' story connects him to the broader fabric of European mythology. Each culture tells its own stories, yet the themes of hope, transformation, and the struggle against death resonate universally. As we look at these connections, we see how Zalmoxis is not just a figure from Dacian mythology but part of a larger narrative that spans across cultures and time. Even in modern interpretations, the spirit of Zalmoxis endures, echoing in the stories we tell today. The themes of sacrifice and resurrection are woven into countless narratives, from ancient texts to contemporary films. Characters who face overwhelming odds, who rise from the ashes, often embody the same ideals that Zalmoxis represented to the Dacians. This continuity speaks to the power of storytelling, a thread that binds humanity across different cultures and eras. As we reflect on these comparisons, we also recognize the unique aspects of Zalmoxis that set him apart. The Dacians' connection to nature, their respect for the earth, and their belief in the sacredness of life and death offer a distinct perspective within the broader European mythological landscape. Zalmoxis represents the courage to confront one's fate, to embrace the mysteries of existence, and to seek understanding beyond the physical realm. His story resonates with anyone who has ever grappled with the weight of existence, the desire for meaning, and the hope for something greater. Ultimately, Zalmoxis is a figure who invites us to ponder our place in the world. His journey reflects the universal human experience, reminding us that, regardless of culture, we all seek connection, purpose, and the promise of life beyond death. As we draw comparisons with other European deities, we find a rich tapestry of stories that reveal our shared longings and aspirations. Zalmoxis stands tall within this narrative, a symbol of hope that echoes through the ages, urging us to face our challenges with courage and to cherish the connections we forge along the way. In the heart of Romania, where the mountains whisper ancient tales and the rivers sing songs of old, Zalmoxis lives on in the vibrant threads of folklore that weave through the fabric of daily life. These stories are more than just echoes of the past, they are the lifeblood of a culture that honors its roots. When people gather around fires at dusk, their voices filled with warmth, they often share tales that harken back to Zalmoxis, the god who once guided their ancestors in matters of life and death. One can almost hear the crackling of the flames as a storyteller begins, eyes sparkling with the kind of magic that only stories can conjure. In these tales, Zalmoxis is portrayed not merely as a deity but as a protector and a teacher, a figure whose wisdom transcends the boundaries of time. He teaches that death is not the end but a passage to another realm, where spirits are reborn and where honor is eternally celebrated. These themes resonate deeply with the Romanian people, reflecting their own views on life, death, and the cycles of nature. The legends often speak of how Zalmoxis once descended from the heavens, bringing with him the gift of knowledge. He taught the people about the importance of rituals, urging them to honor their ancestors and respect the spirits of the earth. Imagine children listening intently, their wide eyes filled with wonder as their grandparents recount how Zalmoxis gifted the Dacians with the wisdom to cultivate their fields, to read the stars, and to live in harmony with nature. These stories instill a sense of pride in the younger generations, reminding them of their heritage and the importance of preserving their cultural identity. As the storyteller continues, the audience leans closer, captivated by the tale of how Zalmoxis defended his people against dark forces. In one story, he takes the form of a mighty bear, fierce and unyielding, leading the Dacian warriors into battle. The earth trembles beneath their feet, and the air buzzes with the energy of courage. Zalmoxis fights alongside them, showing that true strength lies not only in power but in the bonds of kinship and love. This connection to family and community is a cornerstone of Romanian life, and it is echoed beautifully in the legends of Zalmoxis. The influence of Zalmoxis can also be felt in the rituals and celebrations that punctuate the Romanian calendar. In spring, as flowers bloom and the earth awakens, families gather to honor their ancestors, invoking the spirit of Zalmoxis in their prayers. They believe that by remembering those who came before, they keep their memory alive and strengthen the ties that bind them. The stories shared during these gatherings often revolve around the teachings of Zalmoxis, emphasizing the importance of living with integrity and love. During winter, when the nights are long and the air crisp, tales of Zalmoxis take on a different tone. The cold winds howl, and the darkness can feel overwhelming. But in these stories, Zalmoxis is a beacon of hope. The warmth of the hearth symbolizes his spirit, and the light of the fire chases away the shadows. People tell of how Zalmoxis watches over them, guiding them through the harshest winters and reminding them that spring will always follow the cold. This cyclical nature of life resonates deeply, offering comfort in the face of adversity. Folklore also tells of encounters with mystical beings, guardians of the forest and spirit animals, who were said to have been touched by Zalmoxis himself. These figures embody the connection between the spiritual and the natural worlds, reinforcing the belief that every creature, every plant, is imbued with sacredness. Imagine a child running through the woods, stopping in awe at the sight of a majestic stag or a wise owl, feeling the presence of Zalmoxis in the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze. Such moments foster a profound respect for nature, teaching the importance of living in harmony with the environment. As modernity continues to shape the world, the stories of Zalmoxis remain a source of comfort and guidance. In the villages, elders pass down these tales, ensuring that the wisdom of the past is not forgotten. Younger generations, filled with curiosity, seek out these narratives, recognizing the beauty in their cultural heritage. They understand that Zalmoxis represents more than just a figure of the past. He embodies the values that define them: resilience, courage, and an unwavering connection to the land and its people. The legacy of Zalmoxis is evident in Romanian art, music, and literature, where his influence can be felt in themes of love, sacrifice, and the eternal struggle for meaning. Artists paint vibrant murals that depict his story, capturing the essence of his spirit in bold colors and dynamic forms. Musicians compose melodies that echo the rhythms of nature, invoking the spirit of Zalmoxis in their songs. Each brushstroke and note serves as a reminder of the enduring power of myth and the importance of storytelling in shaping cultural identity. As dusk falls over the Romanian landscape, casting a warm glow across the rolling hills and vibrant valleys, the spirit of Zalmoxis continues to thrive. The tales of his strength and wisdom echo through the hearts of the people, binding them together in a tapestry of shared beliefs and values. In the laughter of children, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the night, Zalmoxis lives on, a testament to the power of myth in shaping the human experience. In the heart of Romania, the figure of Zalmoxis stands as a powerful symbol, embodying the spirit of a nation. As whispers of history echo through the rolling hills and vibrant valleys, Zalmoxis becomes more than a mere figure of the past. He transforms into a living emblem of national identity, pride, and resilience. For the Romanian people, his essence resonates deeply, reflecting their struggles, their victories, and their unwavering hope for the future. From the moment the name Zalmoxis is spoken, a hush falls over the crowd. It's as if the air itself is charged with emotion. This ancient deity is not only a reminder of the rich Dacian heritage, but also a beacon that inspires unity among the Romanian people. As they gather together during national celebrations, they recall the tales of Zalmoxis and the strength he represented in the face of adversity. His spirit symbolizes the courage and determination of a nation that has fought for its existence through centuries of challenges. In times of hardship, Zalmoxis becomes a rallying cry, invoking a sense of belonging and purpose. During the struggles for independence, his image adorned banners and flags, reminding the people of their glorious past. The stories of Zalmoxis taught them that freedom comes with a price, one that they were willing to pay. It is in these moments that the connection to their ancestry feels most profound. The courage of their ancestors, led by the spirit of Zalmoxis, becomes a guiding light for the modern Romanian. As the tales unfold, the people remember how Zalmoxis taught the Dacians about the importance of the afterlife and the bonds between the living and the dead. His teachings remind them of the sacrifices made by their forebears, sacrifices that paved the way for the freedoms they enjoy today. During celebrations, young and old alike gather to honor these memories, feeling the warmth of Zalmoxis' presence. The air is filled with songs that speak of bravery, of standing tall against oppression, and of the eternal flame that burns within their hearts. Art and literature reflect this powerful symbolism, capturing the essence of Zalmoxis in vivid colors and poignant words. Poets write verses that echo the struggles of the Romanian people, intertwining their experiences with the mythology of Zalmoxis. Painters capture the strength of Zalmoxis in striking imagery, portraying him as a guardian of the nation, a figure who watches over them with unwavering resolve. Every stroke of the brush and every word of the poem brings the spirit of Zalmoxis to life, reminding the people of their shared identity and purpose. Zalmoxis also serves as a bridge between the past and the present, connecting generations through the shared stories of heroism and sacrifice. Grandparents recount tales of how their ancestors looked to Zalmoxis for guidance, instilling values of courage and resilience in their children. These stories create a sense of continuity, reminding the young ones that they are part of something greater than themselves. They carry the legacy of Zalmoxis within them, a testament to the strength and determination of their people. As modern challenges arise, the spirit of Zalmoxis continues to inspire. In a world that often feels fragmented and uncertain, his symbolism reminds Romanians of the importance of unity and the strength that comes from standing together. When faced with difficulties, they draw on the teachings of Zalmoxis, finding solace in the knowledge that they are part of a long line of warriors and thinkers who have fought for their homeland. The stories of their ancestors become a source of motivation, pushing them to overcome obstacles with the same bravery that Zalmoxis embodied. The figure of Zalmoxis transcends time, serving as a powerful reminder of the shared values that bind the Romanian people. He embodies the essence of national pride, a figure whose legacy resonates in every corner of the country. From the bustling cities to the tranquil countryside, his spirit lives on in the hearts of the people, guiding them toward a future filled with hope and possibility. At festivals and gatherings, as laughter and music fill the air, the spirit of Zalmoxis shines brightly. Families come together to celebrate their heritage, to dance and sing, sharing in the joy of being Romanian. In these moments, Zalmoxis stands as a testament to the enduring spirit of a people who refuse to be forgotten. He is a guardian of their stories, a protector of their dreams, and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a flicker of light to guide them forward. In Romania, Zalmoxis is not just a distant memory, he is a living symbol, a representation of the resilience, courage, and hope that define the nation. His legacy is woven into the very fabric of Romanian identity, inspiring generations to embrace their heritage with pride. As long as his name is spoken, as long as his stories are shared, the spirit of Zalmoxis will continue to shine, illuminating the path for all who seek to honor their past while forging a bright future. In the heart of modern spirituality, a quiet yet profound revival is taking place. The ancient figure of Zalmoxis, once a symbol of the Dacian people, is finding new life among those seeking deeper connections to their roots, beliefs, and the earth itself. This revival breathes warmth and life into the cold pages of history, as people today rediscover the wisdom of their ancestors and the powerful teachings of Zalmoxis. Imagine a group of seekers gathered in a serene forest, where the sunlight filters through the leaves, casting gentle shadows on the ground. They come together, not just to commune with nature, but to honor Zalmoxis, the deity who once inspired courage and resilience in a people long gone. As they stand in a circle, their voices rise in a harmonious chant, echoing the ancient prayers of their forebears. In that moment, time blurs, and the essence of Zalmoxis wraps around them like a comforting embrace. The followers of Zalmoxis today feel a deep yearning for connection, not just to their heritage, but to the earth and the universe itself. Many are drawn to the teachings that emphasize the sanctity of life, the importance of nature, and the cycle of death and rebirth. Zalmoxis becomes a guide in their spiritual journey, offering wisdom that resonates with their everyday lives. The belief in an afterlife, a central tenet of Zalmoxian teachings, brings comfort and hope. For these modern followers, Zalmoxis represents the idea that death is not an end but a transformation, a passage to something greater. As they light candles and share stories of the past, the atmosphere is charged with emotion. Each flickering flame symbolizes the enduring spirit of Zalmoxis, illuminating the darkness and providing hope for a brighter tomorrow. People from diverse backgrounds gather, united by a common thread, the desire to reconnect with their ancestral wisdom. This spiritual gathering is not merely about rituals, it is about healing and understanding one's place in the world. Zalmoxis is often invoked during significant life events, such as births, marriages, and even in times of grief. His teachings remind followers to honor the cycles of life, to respect the land, and to cherish the connections they forge with one another. When a child is born, a special prayer is offered to Zalmoxis, celebrating the new life and acknowledging the presence of ancestors guiding the way. During weddings, couples invoke his blessings, seeking strength and unity as they embark on their shared journey. In moments of loss, followers turn to Zalmoxis for solace, understanding that their loved ones are not truly gone but transformed, living on in another realm. The Zalmoxis cult's revival is not without challenges. As modern society often prioritizes materialism and individualism, the teachings of Zalmoxis stand as a reminder of the importance of community and connection. Followers seek to break free from the isolation that sometimes accompanies contemporary life. In their gatherings, laughter mingles with tears as they share personal stories and experiences, creating a tapestry of emotions that binds them together. It is a reminder that no one is alone in their struggles, that support and understanding can be found in shared beliefs and practices. The natural world plays a vital role in the revival of Zalmoxis worship. Followers often find solace in nature, believing that it is a manifestation of the divine. They participate in seasonal rituals that celebrate the changing cycles of the earth, giving thanks for the gifts of the land and honoring the spirits that inhabit it. As they walk barefoot on the grass, feeling the earth beneath them, they experience a profound sense of belonging. This connection to nature reinforces their belief that Zalmoxis is present in every blade of grass, every gust of wind, and every star in the night sky. As the movement grows, modern interpretations of Zalmoxis are emerging, blending ancient wisdom with contemporary practices. New forms of art, music, and storytelling celebrate the deity, keeping his legacy alive in creative and vibrant ways. These expressions invite others to explore and engage with the teachings of Zalmoxis, bridging the gap between the past and the present. Each song, painting, or poem becomes a vessel for emotions, allowing the essence of Zalmoxis to flow into the hearts of those willing to listen. In urban settings, where the hustle and bustle of life often drown out the whispers of nature, small communities form around the teachings of Zalmoxis. These groups create sanctuaries of peace amidst chaos, inviting others to experience the comfort of spirituality. Workshops on herbalism, meditation, and ancestral wisdom bring people together, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. In these gatherings, the teachings of Zalmoxis serve as a reminder that the spirit of the earth and the wisdom of the past can guide them in the present. The revival of Zalmoxis worship represents a longing for connection, not just to history but to the very essence of life itself. For many, it is a journey of rediscovery, a way to reclaim the values and teachings that resonate deeply within. The warmth of community and the power of shared beliefs create a safe space for individuals to explore their spirituality, breaking down the barriers that often isolate them in a modern world. As the sun sets and the stars emerge in the night sky, the followers of Zalmoxis sit together in quiet reflection, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath them. They know that they are part of something greater, that the spirit of Zalmoxis is alive and well, guiding them on their journey. In those moments of connection, laughter, and quiet understanding, they find strength, love, and the courage to face whatever comes their way. The ancient teachings of Zalmoxis continue to inspire a new generation, reminding them that they are never alone on this path of life. In the shadowy halls of ancient literature, the figure of Zalmoxis emerges, cloaked in mystery and reverence. Greek and Roman writers mentioned him, weaving stories that echoed through the ages. These accounts invite readers to witness the vibrant tapestry of belief that surrounded this remarkable deity, breathing life into the ancient Dacian culture. One of the earliest references to Zalmoxis comes from Herodotus, the Greek historian known as the father of history. His words resonate with the awe and wonder of a world that sought to understand the divine. In his accounts, he describes Zalmoxis as a god of the deity, the ancestors of the Dacians, highlighting their belief in the afterlife and the immortality of the soul. Herodotus portrays Zalmoxis not just as a deity but as a bridge between the living and the dead, a figure who offered hope and assurance to those navigating the uncertainties of life. His narrative evokes a sense of longing, a yearning for connection with something greater, as he recounts how the Dacians believed they would ascend to a heavenly existence after death, guided by Zalmoxis' gentle hand. These words create an image of the Dacians standing proud, their spirits unwavering, as they faced battles and challenges. They held on to the belief that death was merely a passage, a door to another realm where Zalmoxis awaited them. The thought of reuniting with loved ones who had crossed over instilled courage in their hearts. As warriors prepared for battle, their minds were not solely focused on glory but on the promise of an eternal life, a sacred gift bestowed by Zalmoxis himself. Herodotus captured this emotional connection, revealing the deep bond between the people and their deity, a bond that transcended time and space. Another significant reference comes from the Roman writer Pliny the Elder, who also noted the influence of Zalmoxis on the Dacians and their beliefs. In his work, Natural History, Pliny emphasizes the spiritual significance of Zalmoxis, highlighting how his teachings shaped the moral and ethical framework of Dacian society. Pliny's accounts remind us that Zalmoxis was more than a mere figure. He was a guiding light that illuminated the path for the Dacians, instilling in them a sense of duty and honor. Through Pliny's words, we sense the weight of the teachings of Zalmoxis. Imagine a young Dacian boy listening intently to stories of courage and virtue passed down from elders. As the flickering flames of the fire dance in the night, he learns that Zalmoxis calls upon him to uphold justice and bravery. The tales of Zalmoxis become a compass, guiding him through the trials of life, nurturing a spirit that values honor and integrity. In this way, the wisdom of Zalmoxis shapes the very essence of the Dacian identity, urging the youth to rise to greatness. The philosophical depth of Zalmoxis's teachings caught the attention of the great Roman philosopher and poet Ovid. In his writings, Ovid reflected on the power of belief and the role of the divine in human affairs. He regarded Zalmoxis as a symbol of hope, a divine entity that encouraged individuals to seek wisdom and transcend their earthly limitations. Ovid's exploration of Zalmoxis invites readers to consider the broader implications of faith, the power it holds to uplift the human spirit in moments of despair. As Ovid's words flow, they weave a poignant narrative of aspiration. The essence of Zalmoxis becomes a beacon of light in a world fraught with challenges. In a moment of despair, when life feels heavy and burdensome, the thought of Zalmoxis inspires a flicker of hope. Individuals grasp the idea that they are part of a larger narrative, one that transcends their immediate struggles. This notion of connection to the divine breathes life into their dreams, empowering them to strive for a greater purpose. Later on, the Roman author Apuleius also referenced Zalmoxis, recognizing him as a wise figure with a profound understanding of life and the universe. In his famous work The Golden Ass, Apuleius used allegory to explore themes of transformation and spiritual growth. Through his words, Zalmoxis embodies the journey of the soul, reflecting the trials and tribulations that shape individuals into who they are meant to become. The image of Zalmoxis as a teacher resonates deeply, encouraging followers to embrace their own journeys of self-discovery. As readers turn the pages of Apuleius's writings, they feel a wave of emotion wash over them. The struggles of the characters mirror their own. The longing for understanding, for purpose, for connection to something larger, resonates deeply in their hearts. They find themselves identifying with the characters, feeling the weight of their struggles, and drawing strength from the enduring teachings of Zalmoxis. It becomes clear that the stories of Zalmoxis and the lessons he imparts are not confined to ancient times. They transcend generations, offering wisdom that remains relevant to this day. These classical references, woven into the fabric of literature, show how Zalmoxis inspired and influenced the thoughts and beliefs of the great minds of the time. His presence lingers in the minds of the scholars and poets, urging them to contemplate the profound questions of existence. The emotional weight of their words invites readers to connect with the essence of Zalmoxis and the rich cultural heritage he represents. As the pages of history turn, the stories of Zalmoxis remind us of the power of belief and the resilience of the human spirit. They touch the heart, echoing the eternal quest for understanding, hope, and connection. In the words of Herodotus, Pliny, Ovid, and Apuleius, Zalmoxis lives on, a beacon of light illuminating the paths of those who seek solace in the embrace of the divine. The tales of Zalmoxis resonate with the hearts of many, reminding us that we are all part of a grand narrative, woven together by the threads of faith, courage, and the unyielding pursuit of meaning in our lives. Zalmoxis reemerges in the 20th century, a shimmering figure captured in the hearts and minds of writers, poets, and artists searching for meaning in a rapidly changing world. His presence resonates with those yearning for connection to their roots, their past, and the mysteries that life holds. The stories of Zalmoxis weave themselves into the fabric of modern literature, where his symbolism becomes a beacon for lost souls seeking guidance and understanding. In the pages of contemporary literature, Zalmoxis symbolizes the struggle for identity and the quest for spiritual truth. He appears in the works of Romanian authors, whose hearts echo with pride for their heritage. These writers breathe life into the ancient tales, infusing them with fresh meaning. Through their pens, Zalmoxis transforms from a mere historical figure into a representation of hope, resilience, and the eternal search for belonging. Readers can feel the pulse of the past reverberating through their words, urging them to reconnect with their ancestry and embrace the richness of their culture. The poet George Kosbuck captures the spirit of Zalmoxis in verses that dance across the page. His words evoke the ancient lands where Zalmoxis roamed, stirring emotions and painting vivid pictures of Dacia's landscapes. In the heart of Kosbuck's poetry, Zalmoxis becomes a symbol of strength, embodying the spirit of the Dacian people. Each line pulses with life, urging readers to remember their roots and the courage that lies within. As they read, a sense of pride awakens in their hearts, reminding them that they are part of something much larger than themselves, a legacy that stretches back through time. In the realm of fiction, Zalmoxis takes on new dimensions. Writers use his character to explore the intersections of ancient wisdom and modern struggles. The stories delve into the themes of loss, redemption, and the eternal fight against despair. The tales serve as mirrors reflecting the complexities of the human experience, inviting readers to confront their own fears and uncertainties. Zalmoxis embodies the unwavering spirit of those who dare to challenge fate, offering solace to characters caught in the throes of hardship. His presence becomes a source of strength, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of hope flickers brightly. Artists, too, draw inspiration from Zalmoxis, infusing their works with the essence of his legend. Paintings emerge that capture the raw emotions of the Dacian people, their struggles, and their triumphs. Sculptors create magnificent representations of Zalmoxis, carving his image into stone as if to preserve his spirit for generations to come. These artistic movements breathe new life into ancient stories, allowing the figure of Zalmoxis to transcend time and space. His image serves as a touchstone for those seeking a deeper understanding of their existence, a connection to the divine that resonates in the very fibers of their being. Throughout the 20th century, the concept of Zalmoxis evolves, adapting to the shifting tides of society. He becomes a symbol not just of Dacian heritage, but of a universal quest for knowledge and spiritual awakening. As cultures blend and intertwine, Zalmoxis stands as a testament to the enduring power of belief. His name carries weight, echoing through the corridors of modern thought, inviting people from all walks of life to ponder the mysteries of existence and the role of the divine in their journeys. The literature of this era captures the hearts of those who feel adrift in a world that often feels disconnected. The stories inspired by Zalmoxis offer a sense of belonging to those grappling with the complexities of modern life. As readers lose themselves in the pages, they find pieces of themselves mirrored in the characters' struggles. The resonance of Zalmoxis becomes a thread weaving through their lives, linking them to a shared human experience. In this way, Zalmoxis breathes life into the struggles of the modern soul, urging individuals to embrace their vulnerabilities and strive for a greater purpose. In the modern artistic movements, the figure of Zalmoxis embodies the spirit of renewal and transformation. The symbolism associated with him speaks to the struggles of the human spirit, the desire to break free from the confines of despair. As artists paint their canvases, sculpt their forms, and write their words, they channel the essence of Zalmoxis, infusing their creations with passion and hope. Their works resonate with a longing for connection, a desire to transcend the mundane and embrace the profound beauty of existence. The literary and artistic portrayals of Zalmoxis reflect the collective yearning of humanity for meaning and understanding. Through the eyes of modern creators, Zalmoxis becomes a bridge between the past and the present, a reminder that the search for identity and purpose is an eternal journey. His name echoes through the halls of modern literature, inviting readers to engage with the profound questions of existence and spirituality. The legacy of Zalmoxis persists, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dare to dream. In the pages of 20th century literature, his story becomes a source of inspiration for those navigating the complexities of their own lives. The presence of Zalmoxis embodies the resilience of the human spirit, reminding us all that within our struggles lies the potential for growth and transformation. As readers connect with his story, they feel a spark of hope igniting within them, a powerful reminder that they are never truly alone in their quest for understanding and belonging. The essence of Zalmoxis continues to shine brightly, guiding modern hearts through the shadows and into the light. The figure of Zalmoxis has captured the imagination of artists throughout the centuries, breathing life into ancient tales through vivid colors, intricate details, and emotive expressions. Each brushstroke and chisel mark reveals not just the likeness of a man, but the very essence of a deity who embodies hope, strength, and the eternal struggle for meaning. The representation of Zalmoxis in visual art serves as a powerful connection to the past, a reminder that the threads of history weave through the present, binding generations together in a shared search for understanding. In ancient times, artists approached the depiction of Zalmoxis with reverence and a sense of duty. The earliest representations often emerged from sacred spaces, where temples dedicated to him became canvases of devotion. Here, the divine figure stood tall, draped in rich robes that symbolized his connection to the heavens. His face, serene yet commanding, seemed to invite worshippers to gaze upon him with awe and respect. These early images were not merely for aesthetic pleasure, they served as conduits of faith, where the faithful could connect with the divine and seek guidance in their lives. As centuries passed, the representation of Zalmoxis began to evolve, reflecting the changing tides of culture and belief. The artistic styles shifted, mirroring the influences of surrounding civilizations. In Hellenistic art, Zalmoxis appeared more human, his features softened, and his expression infused with warmth. This transformation resonated with the people, allowing them to see in him not just a distant deity, but a relatable figure, one who understood their struggles and dreams. Through this portrayal, the bond between the divine and humanity grew stronger, inviting individuals to find solace and strength in their worship. The Renaissance brought forth a resurgence of interest in classical themes, leading to a revival of Zalmoxis in European art. Artists of this era infused their works with the spirit of humanism, celebrating the beauty of the individual. Zalmoxis emerged as a symbol of enlightenment, embodying the quest for knowledge and self-discovery. Paintings from this time depicted him surrounded by symbols of wisdom and enlightenment, urging viewers to seek their own truths. The vibrancy of color and the depth of emotion in these works invited admiration and contemplation, encouraging a dialogue between the viewer and the divine. In the 19th century, the Romantic movement swept through Europe, igniting passions and exploring the depths of human emotion. Artists sought to convey the sublime and the mysterious, and Zalmoxis became a central figure in this exploration. The haunting beauty of his image captured the essence of longing and desire, echoing the struggles of the human soul. These artworks evoked powerful emotions, transporting viewers to a world where the boundaries between the mortal and the divine blurred. In their presence, one could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, urging them to listen to their hearts and embrace the journey of self-discovery. Modern art, too, has found inspiration in the figure of Zalmoxis. Contemporary artists reimagine his likeness, using bold colors and abstract forms to convey the essence of his spirit. In these works, Zalmoxis becomes a metaphor for the human experience, a representation of the struggles and triumphs that define our existence. The creativity and innovation of modern art breathe new life into the ancient stories, inviting audiences to reflect on their own journeys and the challenges they face. As viewers stand before these pieces, they feel a deep connection to the past, reminding them that the quest for meaning transcends time and culture. Throughout the centuries, the depictions of Zalmoxis in visual art have transcended mere representation. They have become vessels of emotion, capturing the complexities of faith, identity, and human experience. Each artwork serves as a testament to the enduring power of belief and the universal longing for connection. As people gaze upon these representations, they are transported to another time and place, where the stories of Zalmoxis resonate with their own lives. In every brushstroke, there is a heartbeat, a reminder that the struggles of the past echo in the lives of the present. The representation of Zalmoxis in art ignites a sense of wonder and curiosity, urging individuals to seek their own truths and to find meaning in their existence. Through these works, the spirit of Zalmoxis continues to inspire, guiding individuals on their journeys and reminding them of the strength that lies within. As viewers stand before the visual representations of Zalmoxis, they are not just spectators, they become part of a larger narrative. Each image invites them to reflect on their own beliefs, dreams, and struggles. The emotions evoked by these artworks create a profound connection, forging a bond between the observer and the subject. Zalmoxis, with his timeless presence, becomes a guide, offering solace and strength to those who seek it. In this way, the depictions of Zalmoxis in visual art serve as a bridge between the past and the present, reminding us all of the shared human experience. The stories of our ancestors resonate within us, urging us to honor their legacy while carving our own paths. The beauty of these representations lies not only in their artistic merit, but in their ability to touch hearts and souls, igniting a flame of hope and understanding that continues to burn brightly across the ages. In the quiet corners of Romanian history, the spirit of Zalmoxis resonates deeply, echoing the whispers of a time when his teachings shaped the very fabric of the land's spiritual identity. These teachings, wrapped in layers of mysticism and ancient wisdom, continue to inspire the hearts and minds of many today, offering insights into life, death, and the nature of existence. The legacy of Zalmoxis transcends mere mythology. It has become a source of strength and guidance, illuminating paths through the darkness of doubt and uncertainty. Zalmoxis, revered as a god of immortality and wisdom, introduced a belief system that encouraged his followers to look beyond the mundane and consider the mysteries of the universe. His teaching spoke of a spiritual journey, urging individuals to seek a connection with the divine that transcended the physical world. For many Dacians, he represented not just a deity but a profound guide, helping them navigate the trials of life with a sense of purpose and resilience. As communities gathered to honor Zalmoxis, rituals blossomed, interwoven with the rhythms of nature and the cycles of life. These ceremonies were not merely acts of worship, they were heartfelt expressions of devotion, an opportunity to connect with something greater than themselves. In these moments, the boundaries between the earthly and the divine blurred, allowing participants to feel the presence of Zalmoxis in their lives. His teachings became a balm for the weary, offering solace and hope to those grappling with loss and uncertainty. In the hearts of the Romanian people, the essence of Zalmoxis inspired a profound respect for nature and the mysteries it holds. His philosophy emphasized the interconnectedness of all living things, a belief that fostered a deep sense of harmony with the world around them. This reverence for nature became an integral part of the spiritual landscape, influencing how generations viewed their relationship with the land and its gifts. As they tilled the soil and gathered the harvest, they remembered the teachings of Zalmoxis, recognizing the divine presence in every seed planted and every drop of rain that fell. The spiritual legacy of Zalmoxis also found its way into the stories and folklore of the Romanian people. Tales of his wisdom and compassion were passed down through generations, imbuing the culture with a sense of identity and pride. These narratives celebrated the virtues of courage, integrity, and love, reminding listeners of the importance of living a life aligned with higher ideals. As children gathered around the fire, enchanted by the stories of Zalmoxis, they absorbed lessons that would shape their moral compass, guiding them as they navigated the complexities of adulthood. With the passage of time, the arrival of Christianity introduced new layers to the spiritual landscape of Romania. Yet, even amidst the change, the teachings of Zalmoxis endured, adapting to coexist with the new beliefs. Some followers found ways to harmonize the teachings of Zalmoxis with Christian values, viewing him as a precursor to the concepts of salvation and eternal life. In this way, his spirit remained alive, evolving and intertwining with the cultural and spiritual currents of the time. Today, as Romania embraces its rich heritage, the teachings of Zalmoxis continue to resonate within the hearts of many. His message of resilience and spiritual growth is more relevant than ever, serving as a guiding light in a world often clouded by confusion and uncertainty. People seeking meaning in their lives turn to the wisdom of Zalmoxis, drawing strength from his teachings as they confront their own trials and tribulations. In modern spiritual movements, the legacy of Zalmoxis has seen a revival, with individuals rediscovering his teachings and incorporating them into their own practices. Meditation, rituals, and community gatherings reflect the timeless lessons he imparted, reminding participants of the importance of connection, both with one another and with the divine. As they gather in circles, sharing stories and experiences, the spirit of Zalmoxis infuses the air with a sense of belonging and unity, echoing the gatherings of ancient times. The spiritual legacy of Zalmoxis is a tapestry woven with threads of wisdom, compassion, and the enduring quest for understanding. His teachings continue to shape the lives of those who seek solace in his message, reminding them that they are never alone on their journeys. In moments of doubt and despair, the stories of Zalmoxis offer a flicker of hope, urging individuals to embrace their inner strength and strive for greater purpose. As the sun sets over the Carpathian Mountains, casting golden rays across the landscape, one can almost feel the presence of Zalmoxis in the whispers of the wind. His legacy lives on in the hearts of the Romanian people, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring spirit of a deity who has transcended time. In every prayer whispered, and every tradition honored, the teachings of Zalmoxis continue to illuminate the spiritual landscape, guiding individuals toward the light of understanding and the embrace of their own divine potential. In the hearts of Romanians, Zalmoxis stands as more than just a figure from ancient mythology. He embodies the spirit of resilience and cultural continuity that has defined the nation through centuries of change. His presence, deeply rooted in the historical narrative of Romania, resonates with the people, providing a connection to their ancestors and a bridge to their cultural identity. As the country navigates the complexities of modernity, Zalmoxis emerges as a powerful symbol of the enduring strength and unity of the Romanian people. For centuries, Zalmoxis has represented a beacon of hope, embodying the Dacian spirit that once thrived in the heart of what is now Romania. His teachings and the rituals surrounding his worship forged a bond among the Dacians, fostering a sense of community and belonging. As generations passed, this bond evolved into a core part of Romanian identity, intertwining with the rich tapestry of history that includes struggles, triumphs, and a relentless pursuit of freedom. In times of hardship, the legacy of Zalmoxis became a source of inspiration for the Romanian people. During periods of invasion and occupation, his name was invoked as a reminder of the strength and tenacity of their ancestors. The spirit of Zalmoxis, with his promise of immortality and spiritual wisdom, offered solace to those facing the trials of oppression. In the darkest moments, when hope seemed lost, his teachings served as a guiding light, encouraging individuals to stand firm in their identity and heritage. As Romania emerged from centuries of foreign influence, Zalmoxis became a symbol of national pride and cultural continuity. In the 19th century, as the country sought to define itself amidst a rapidly changing world, intellectuals and artists turned to the past, unearthing the stories of Zalmoxis to emphasize the uniqueness of Romanian culture. His image appeared in literature, art, and public discourse, reminding the nation of its deep historical roots and the values that had endured through time. The revival of interest in Zalmoxis during this period was not merely a nostalgic yearning for the past, it was a conscious effort to reclaim and celebrate a shared identity. As Romanians began to embrace their heritage, Zalmoxis emerged as a potent symbol of cultural resilience, reminding them that their history was rich and profound. His teachings about the interconnectedness of life and the spirit of the land resonated deeply, reinforcing a sense of belonging to something greater. In the modern context, Zalmoxis continues to serve as a powerful emblem of national identity. His presence is woven into the fabric of Romanian culture, appearing in festivals, literature, and even contemporary art. The reverence for Zalmoxis is not limited to the realm of mythology, it reflects a collective desire to honor the past while embracing the future. As Romanians celebrate their cultural heritage, they do so with a sense of pride, knowing that Zalmoxis is a part of their story, a story that continues to unfold with each passing generation. The spirit of Zalmoxis resonates particularly strongly in the face of globalization and the challenges of cultural dilution. In a world where identities can easily become blurred, the Romanian people find strength in their connection to Zalmoxis. He serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving their unique traditions, languages, and customs. The teachings of Zalmoxis encourage individuals to take pride in their heritage, fostering a sense of responsibility to pass it on to future generations. In educational settings, Zalmoxis is increasingly featured in discussions about Romanian history and culture. Teachers and scholars highlight his significance, using his story to inspire young minds to appreciate their roots. This connection to their ancestors fosters a sense of pride among students, igniting a passion for their cultural heritage. They learn not just about Zalmoxis as a historical figure, but also about the values he represents: resilience, unity, and the power of belief. As Romanians look to the future, the legacy of Zalmoxis serves as a reminder of their strength in unity. His story encourages individuals to come together, to embrace their differences, and to celebrate their shared identity. In a world often marked by division, the teachings of Zalmoxis provide a powerful counter-narrative, one that emphasizes solidarity and the importance of community. Through art, music, and storytelling, the spirit of Zalmoxis continues to be celebrated, keeping his legacy alive in the hearts of Romanians. Artists draw inspiration from his image, creating works that honor his teachings and celebrate the beauty of Romanian culture. Festivals dedicated to Zalmoxis allow communities to come together, reinforcing bonds and reminding them of the values that have endured through time. In every whispered prayer, in every song sung, and in every story shared, the spirit of Zalmoxis lives on, embodying the essence of what it means to be Romanian. His legacy is not just a relic of the past, but a vibrant part of the present, shaping the identity of a nation that refuses to forget its roots. As Romanians navigate the complexities of a modern world, they carry with them the wisdom of Zalmoxis, a guiding light that reminds them of their history, their strength, and their unbreakable spirit. In the quiet whispers of the Carpathian Mountains, a yearning stirs among the people of Romania, a longing to reconnect with the past, to revive the ancient beliefs and traditions that once thrived in the heart of Dacia. At the center of this revival is Zalmoxis, a figure who embodies not just the spirituality of the Dacians, but also the essence of Romanian identity itself. As modern groups rise to reclaim their heritage, Zalmoxis stands as a symbol of hope, resilience, and unity, inspiring a movement that seeks to breathe new life into the ancient practices that have long been forgotten. Across Romania, passionate individuals gather in small circles and vibrant festivals, each eager to honor the legacy of Zalmoxis and the rich culture of the Dacians. They come together in places where the earth is soaked in history, where the whispers of ancestors can still be felt. These gatherings are not merely about nostalgia, they are acts of reclamation. They breathe life into rituals that echo through time, creating a bridge between the ancient and the modern, allowing the spirit of Zalmoxis to flow through their lives once more. For many, Zalmoxis represents more than a deity, he embodies the essence of what it means to be Romanian. He is a reminder of a time when the Dacians lived in harmony with nature, honoring the land that cradled them. The revival movements seek to rekindle that connection, to remind the people that they are part of a lineage that is rich and profound. The teachings of Zalmoxis, emphasizing the importance of community, spirituality, and respect for nature, resonate deeply in an age where many feel disconnected from their roots. As groups come together to honor Zalmoxis, they share stories passed down through generations. These narratives weave the tapestry of culture, teaching younger members about their heritage and the values that have shaped their identity. They gather around fires, singing songs that echo the voices of their ancestors, their laughter mingling with the crackling flames. In these moments, they feel the presence of Zalmoxis, a guiding force urging them to reconnect with their past and to celebrate their uniqueness. The rituals that these modern groups embrace often draw inspiration from ancient practices. Offerings are made to Zalmoxis, and prayers are spoken, asking for guidance and wisdom. These acts of devotion are not just about worship, they are about understanding one's place in the world and the interconnectedness of all life. Participants feel a sense of belonging as they engage in these traditions, finding strength in the knowledge that they are part of something much larger than themselves. As the movement gains momentum, the spirit of Zalmoxis becomes a rallying point for those seeking to revive Dacian culture. Events celebrating Dacian history fill the calendar, showcasing traditional music, dance, and art that reflect the vibrant heritage of Romania. Artists draw inspiration from Zalmoxis, creating works that capture his essence, while storytellers revive ancient myths that remind the people of their deep-rooted traditions. The air is filled with a sense of purpose, as participants work together to honor their past while forging a path for the future. For many in the revival movement, Zalmoxis embodies the struggle against oppression and the fight for identity. His story resonates strongly in a world that often seeks to homogenize cultures, stripping them of their uniqueness. As Romanians reconnect with their heritage, they also challenge the narratives that have marginalized their beliefs. They reclaim their place in history, standing proud in their identities, inspired by the teachings of Zalmoxis. Education plays a crucial role in this revival. Young people are taught about Zalmoxis and Dacian culture in schools and community centers. Workshops, classes, and events aim to instill pride in Romanian heritage, allowing the next generation to carry forward the torch of their ancestors. Children learn about the significance of Zalmoxis and the values he represents: unity, respect for nature, and the importance of community. Through this education, the spirit of Zalmoxis finds new life in the hearts of young Romanians, ensuring that his legacy continues. As the revival movement grows, it faces challenges. Skepticism and misunderstanding can arise, particularly from those who see the resurgence of ancient beliefs as an outdated practice. Yet, for those involved, Zalmoxis is not merely a relic of the past, but a living symbol of hope and resilience. His teachings remind the people of their strength in unity and the importance of preserving their cultural identity in an ever-changing world. The revival is a response to the modern struggles they face, a way to forge connections in a fragmented society. Every gathering, every ritual, and every shared story reinforces the idea that the spirit of Zalmoxis transcends time. Participants often speak of feeling a deep connection to their ancestors, as if they are standing shoulder to shoulder with those who walked the earth centuries ago. It is a profound experience that fills their hearts with joy, pride, and a sense of belonging. In these moments, Zalmoxis is more than a symbol. He is a living force that nurtures their spirits and strengthens their resolve. In the quiet of the forests and the echoes of the mountains, the revival of Dacian culture breathes life into the teachings of Zalmoxis. The modern groups carrying his legacy forward understand the weight of their mission. They are not just reviving a religion or a set of beliefs, they are breathing new life into the very identity of Romania. With each step taken to honor Zalmoxis, they forge a brighter future, deeply rooted in the past. As they stand together, hand in hand, they embody the spirit of Zalmoxis, strong, resilient, and forever intertwined with the heart of Romania. In a world filled with rapid change and uncertainty, the figure of Zalmoxis shines like a beacon of hope, illuminating the rich tapestry of Romanian history and mythology. As people seek to understand their roots and find meaning in their lives, the legacy of Zalmoxis becomes a source of inspiration and strength. His story, steeped in ancient wisdom, resonates deeply within the hearts of those who strive to reconnect with their past while navigating the complexities of the present. Zalmoxis is not just a distant memory, he is a symbol of endurance. In the face of overwhelming odds, he represents the spirit of resilience that has characterized the Romanian people for centuries. As the world has evolved, so too has the understanding of Zalmoxis, transforming him from a mere historical figure into a powerful cultural icon. His teachings about life, death, and the divine continue to inspire those searching for spiritual guidance in an increasingly secular world. Across Romania, the echoes of Zalmoxis' influence can be felt in the way people celebrate their culture. Festivals honoring the Dacian heritage often feature rituals and customs that pay homage to him, reminding everyone of the importance of community, unity, and respect for nature. These gatherings become sacred spaces where people come together to share stories, songs, and traditions that honor Zalmoxis, forging connections that transcend time and space. In these moments, participants feel a profound sense of belonging, as if they are part of a lineage that is both ancient and alive. Zalmoxis teaches that life is a cycle, that death is not an end but a transition. This understanding resonates deeply, especially in times of loss and grief. When families gather to remember loved ones, they often invoke Zalmoxis' name, finding comfort in the belief that their spirits live on, forever entwined with the earth and sky. His presence provides solace, reminding them that they are never truly alone. This connection to ancestry fosters a deep sense of continuity, allowing individuals to carry forward the wisdom of those who came before them. As the world becomes more interconnected, the teachings of Zalmoxis extend beyond Romania's borders, touching hearts and minds in various cultures. Scholars and spiritual seekers alike recognize the universal themes embedded in his story, courage, sacrifice, and the quest for truth. These themes resonate with people from all walks of life, creating a bridge that transcends language and cultural barriers. Zalmoxis, in this sense, becomes a figure of unity, inspiring individuals to look beyond their differences and embrace their shared humanity. In modern literature and art, Zalmoxis continues to be a source of fascination. Writers, poets, and artists draw inspiration from his legacy, creating works that reflect his enduring influence on the human experience. Through their creativity, they breathe new life into ancient stories, reminding audiences of the profound wisdom that lies within them. Each artistic expression serves as a reminder that Zalmoxis is not merely a relic of the past, but a living presence that invites exploration and contemplation. In this age of globalization, where traditional beliefs often clash with modern ideologies, the revival of Zalmoxis as a symbol of Romanian identity becomes a powerful statement. It is a declaration that the past is not something to be forgotten but cherished and honored. The resurgence of interest in Zalmoxis encourages people to take pride in their heritage, fostering a renewed appreciation for the cultural narratives that shape their lives. This journey of rediscovery is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, a desire to connect with one's roots and honor the stories that have shaped generations. Zalmoxis also offers a counter-narrative to the dominant themes of consumerism and individualism that pervade contemporary society. In a world that often prioritizes material wealth over spiritual fulfillment, his teachings encourage a return to simpler, more meaningful ways of living. The emphasis on community, respect for nature, and the interconnectedness of all life resonates with those seeking deeper connections and purpose. By embodying the principles of Zalmoxis, individuals can find solace and strength in knowing they are part of something greater than themselves. As the legacy of Zalmoxis continues to unfold, it inspires a new generation to explore their spirituality. Modern seekers find value in his teachings, incorporating them into their practices and beliefs. The revival movements, grounded in the principles he embodied, foster a sense of belonging and purpose. Participants gather not just to worship, but to engage in meaningful dialogue about their identities, their beliefs, and their aspirations for the future. In this way, Zalmoxis serves as a guide, helping individuals navigate the complexities of the modern world while remaining rooted in their cultural heritage. Through the lens of Zalmoxis, the story of Romania becomes a testament to the enduring power of belief. It is a reminder that spirituality transcends time and place, weaving a fabric that connects generations. His influence can be seen in the laughter of children playing in the fields, in the songs sung around campfires, and in the quiet moments of reflection shared between friends and family. Each interaction is infused with the spirit of Zalmoxis, a gentle reminder that the past is alive within the hearts of those who honor it. The legacy of Zalmoxis is not confined to the pages of history, but thrives in the hearts of the people. He represents the resilience of a culture that has weathered storms, adapted, and thrived through centuries of change. In a world that often feels fragmented, Zalmoxis invites individuals to reconnect with their roots, to celebrate their heritage, and to carry forward the teachings that have the power to heal and unite. As the modern world continues to evolve, the enduring legacy of Zalmoxis reminds us of the beauty of connection, both to our past and to one another. In his story lies a message of hope, courage, and the unyielding spirit of humanity, inspiring us all to seek meaning in our lives and to cherish the traditions that bind us together.